Where was I? Where was I? Hello, everybody. Hello. I don't know what was up with that. I just decided to not appear and then I appeared. Okay. Hi, everyone. How are you all doing? Hello. Who is here today? Who is here today? Hello, Potter. Hi. I'm on vacation, so I'm currently on a crappy computer, crappy internet. Might not stay the whole stream. Oh, I hope you're enjoying your vacation. I hope you're enjoying your vacation. I hope it's going well. I hope you're relaxing and having fun. But yeah, of course. Thank you for dropping by regardless. Yeah. Hi, Rairaku. Hi. Yapping time. Yeah, let's go. Scientific yapping time. It is indeed. Hi, Saladori. Hi. Have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you. You too. Hello, M0. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you too. Hello, Bobo. It's only Saturday stream for my time zone, so I'll be pottering around, cleaning my house and cooking for the week. I have bread pre-rising on the windowsill. Ooh, bread. I like the sound of that. I like bread. I made tiramisu. We'll come back to that. Hello, Astral. Hi. How are you doing? Hi, Dark Dukeman. Hi, Dark Dukeman. Brilliant. Duke Duckman, even. There was an attempt. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Hello, Husmod. Hello. Hello, 12W1. Hello. Hi, Doc Rect. Hello, Jedi Supperpunk. Hello, Lankuri. Gonna be lurking because I'm hanging out with my girlfriend. Hello, Lankuri's girlfriend. Thank you for lurking. Watching Kitchen Nightmares. Let's go. Good choice. And hello, Pseudolab. Hi. I think that's everybody. I think I've got everyone. Yeah. Hi, everybody. How you all doing? I hope you're all good. How is everybody? What's good with your life today? Today, my life is good because I made a tiramisu. Yes, sweet tiramisu. Exactly. So I made tiramisu. It's the first time I've ever made it. And let me tell you, making dairy-free tiramisu, this is an experience. It's not a pleasant one necessarily. It was so difficult because, like, first of all, the cake, right? Okay, you can't use actual ladies' fingers because they have butter in them normally, right? So I can't have like just store-bought ones. I can't follow normal recipes. I have to follow like a vegan recipe. Okay, vegan ladies' fingers, basically very difficult. I gave up. I just made a sponge in the end. I was like, close enough. Okay, so like vanilla sponge, that went surprisingly well. I was really proud of it. But then the cream bit, like the mascarpone replacement, oh my gosh, that is difficult to do. This is very, very difficult to do. And I followed a recipe and it's okay. It works. It was like, oh, my non-vegan friends couldn't tell the difference. It's exactly like real tiramisu, and it is not. It's like the cream bit is made out of like coconut cream and cashews, and it's got a very, very distinctly like cashew grittiness to it, and also it tastes mildly of coconut. So it is definitely not a one-to-one replacement, but it's good enough. You know, it hit the craving, and I have made a tiramisu and it went surprisingly well. But I will not be taking a picture of it because it's ugly. I cut it too early. Like, it said to let it sit for like 3 hours or overnight, and I was like, okay, I'll do 3 hours then. And then I cut it, but I didn't even cut it with a knife. I cut it with a spatula. And it just became a mess. I think it would have been a lot nicer. I could have potentially like got the nice, you know, the nice look on it, if that makes sense, if I'd have not cut into it preemptively, but I was just too excited. I wanted to try the tiramisu. And now I have, well, I don't have 8 portions of tiramisu anymore, but it made me 8 portions of tiramisu, and I have to get through them. And there's also an entire separate vanilla sponge cake as well. So overall, that's a lot of cake, and it's fine. It's fine. I'm on holiday. I might freeze some. I don't know. This is why we need a head pat redeem. You know what? I might consider doing one. I might consider doing one for the 2.0. I just need to work out how to do it. But I'm pretty sure it's literally just like a gift that you can like trigger as an event, right? So it's probably easy to do, and I can probably set it up fairly easy. I can probably do it fairly easy. I just need to actually do it. Yeah. I tried to do vegan and dairy-free cooking, dairy-free to get better at cooking. Yeah, it's an experience. To be fair, like once you've been doing it for a while, you do get used to it. you get used to like working out what replaces what. But it's yeah. Things will be like, just put an egg in it to bind it and raise it, and you're like, okay, now I need to find something separately to bind it and to raise it. Brilliant. Let's go. Let's go. Hello, another stray crow. Hi. Yes, a weekend stream, indeed. I actually do have schedules now. I realized earlier I forgot to put the schedule like publicly anywhere, but I do in fact have a schedule now. The schedule is that we're going to be doing science on Sundays, because it means that I can actually spend the whole afternoon and we can maybe even finish a whole paper in one go. That's what we're aiming to do today. We're going to try to finish the entire paper in one go. We're going to do it. I need your support to do it. We're going to do it. Doubt? No, we can do it. Yeah, I need to. Husma told me I must try and finish it in one go. You know, I've had my distractions this week already. I've made my tiramisu. I had a very threatening and violent encounter with a charity worker, and my distractions have happened, and now we science. Now we science. Hello, Nightmind. Hi. How are you doing? Thank you for the hydrate. I have water. Only water. It's very warm. I'm not, well, by island standards, it's very warm. Delicious water. Hi, Mavco. Hello. Streaming in a very good time for me. Coincidence? I think not, indeed. It's almost as though, despite my streaming time, I do in fact live in Europe. Can you believe it? Does chat have a specific designation? So, do you mean like a name? We have a kind of name, but it's never been like made official, I guess. It's kind of semi-official. Hi, Zacharias. Hi. Stopping in real quick before bed. Remember, you're all loved and valid. Thank you, Zacharias. So are you. And hi, Alex. Hi. How are you doing? I hope you're good. Oh, thank you for the hydrate and the lab safety register check-in. Thank you. I will have more water. I'm going to need some regular hydrate reminders today, everybody, because otherwise I'm going to not drink enough and it's warm. So, yeah. Oh, you have to head out. No problem, Nightmind. Thank you for joining us. I'm like a minute behind already. You might have already gone. I'm sorry. No, not the 72 million hydrate you did. No! No! I can't be drinking and in how much is 100 points? 100 points. Like, this is a lot of water, please. Okay. I'm drinking. Why does this feel like the twitch.tv equivalent of like chug? What is going on? No. I walked into this. Okay, I'm drinking. I understand now. Alexa set a reminder to hydrate on cooldown. There isn't a cooldown. That's the problem. There isn't a cooldown. I deserved it. Oh gosh. Let's see. What is VTubing without scuffs? So true. Let's see. Where are we? Science Sunday, indeed. Oh, posture check. Thank you. I am, in fact, sat up straight. I'm sat up straight, I promise. Hello, Flatulence Incarnate. Hello. Violent encounter with a charity worker? Yes, I had a violent encounter with a charity worker. Specifically, okay, I will tell the story. So, basically, me and Husmod were out for a walk. We were out for a walk. Can you believe it? We were touching grass. And this charity booth had set up in a bottleneck location, if that makes sense. They set themselves up purposely in a place where people walking through cannot avoid them, right? Okay, but this was a charity that I know about. It was a charity that I know about, okay? So I was like, okay, I don't mind learning a bit more about the charity. And it was a charity that like does how can we describe this? It does like life-saving work, like not healthcare. It's like a emergency service type of thing. So basically in the UK and Ireland, certain services are philanthropic for some reason. Don't know why. That's just how it is. So for example, there will be like air ambulances, helicopter ambulances. There are lifeboats. There are search and rescue teams, and it's all like philanthropic. Like these are not government funded. This happens across the British Isles for some reason. This is just the model. Like, you know, like fire and Coast Guard and stuff like that. They're all like actually funded by the government. But then the search and rescue stuff and the air ambulances are not. So basically they outsource the they outsource the expensive things to charity, basically. And crack. Did I get into a fight with Doctors Without Borders? Hello, Torgmas. Hello. I did not get into a fight with Doctors Without Borders. I feel weird naming the charity, but I feel like it only makes sense in the context of who the charity are. So I will say this is like a one charity worker, not representative of the charity. But it was the lifeboats. So yeah, they were like, if you sign up for a membership with the lifeboats, like if you help to support our lifeboats, then we'll give you stuff. And we're like, okay, cool. Very cool. They tend to come out like anytime there's good weather and people are walking around. You see them a lot in like various different towns across the UK and Ireland all the time, right? And then we were like, oh, you know, that's cool. But no, not really into charity memberships, to be honest. A bit stressful. Direct debit, no thank you. You're scaring me. And then this person was like, no. You should totally sign up. And we were like, no. That's okay, thank you. We don't really, not membership, like merch, sure. And I was like, you know what? I will even say like, you know, I do like fundraisers sometimes, as in like, I was thinking about like charity streams. I was like, maybe I could do a charity stream for the lifeboats. And then this person was like, no. You should buy a membership. You should buy a membership right now. And we were like, no, thank you. You have like a sussy tablet. We're not buying a membership. This is very bad cybersecurity. If we want a membership, we'll go home and do it on the website. And they were like, I see. Well, no membership. That's fine. I hope you never need a lifeboat. And we were just like, excuse me? Excuse me? That's very threatening. As if it's conditional, I know, right? I know. It was so evil. It was evil. It was very, yeah, literal blackmail, exactly. It was very bad. And we walked away. I didn't even process what this person had said at the time. And I was like, oh, okay, bye. And then we walked away and Husband was like, do you realize what they just said? Like, do you realize they basically just implied, hope you don't die then? We were like, huh? What? I live in fear. Anyway, sorry, now that I've finished my my story of the violent charity worker. Thank you, Voikolka, for the follow. Welcome in. Sorry, you caught me when I was going off on a waffle. But yeah, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome to the participant pool. I hope you're ready to take part in some research. Also, I think some more people have turned up. Wait, Spooky One, hello. Science is okay, but trains are better. It's true. I do like the trains. But today we science. Yes, science is a requirement for trains. It's very true, actually. It's very true. Let's see. Don't get water poisoning. I'll try. Hi! Hi! hi. Caleb, hello, hi. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Hi, Robert Brown, hi. hello. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome. I hope you're all good. Hello. If you don't know me already, I am Psydere. I am a research psychologist. Today we're going to be talking about science, I swear. We're going to be talking about social impact and what that means for researchers. Eventually we're going to read a paper about it, but we're not doing it yet. I'm still yapping. I'm getting into the swing of things. Hi, Caleb. Thank you so much for the follow. If you don't follow Caleb already, you should. I saw you earlier. Yeah, I was going to drop into the stream, but then I'm very bad at time management. I spent half an hour getting mad at rota syndrome and the literature being terrible. That's so valid. I feel that so much. I feel that so much. No, the literature being bad is highly relatable. I just had a bit of a moment there. Sorry, it's highly relatable. But thank you so much for the raid. If you need to have a break or whatever, please absolutely do. Get some water, stretch, food, etc. Please do it. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid, and obviously, feel free to lurk and to join us. We're going to be sciencing. What is rota syndrome also? This is the question, actually. I just realized I just didn't question what rota syndrome is, and now I actually want to know, what is it? What is rota syndrome? I must know. But also, if you need to go away, you're welcome to. I'm so bad. I'm like a raid and runner. Every time people will be like, you're welcome to hang around or you're welcome to disappear. And I'm like, I disappear, goodbye. I'm so bad for it. I'm sorry. Let's see. Where are we? I swear I have a schedule. It's just that I haven't shown it to you. Never late, always welcome. Managing anxiety by never sharing your schedule. It's true, to be fair. It's true. It's true. I do manage the anxiety of a schedule by just never sharing it. No, I do actually share it in the Discord now. And from this Monday, I will be maybe actually sharing it publicly, finally, now that I've kind of figured out the layout for it and stuff and roughly what I'll be doing and when. I have a schedule, you've just never met it because it lives in Canada. So true. Hi, Sion. Hi. How are you doing? I hope you're good. Yes, the chat name is indeed Psyduckies. It is indeed. You do indeed listen and quack. It's true. Also, hi, Racco. Hi. Sorry. I've been I was too deep into the app. I apologize. Hi, Racco. How are you doing? I hope you're good. Yes, it did very much feel like, buy a membership. I was scared. I felt threatened, to be honest. Was it an actual charity worker or a scammer? I don't know. I think it was an actual charity worker because they had a proper stand, and it had information about the charity, their number and all of their merch and everything on it. So, and they were wearing uniforms. So I think they were actual charity workers, but they were just evil. Oh dear. The Sire lifeboat rivalry arc begins. See, this is the thing though. Part of me kind of made me. I have a little bit of demand avoidance, right? Just a little bit, just a little sprinkling. So if somebody tells me to do something, then my gut instinct is that I don't want to do it. But I'm also sometimes a little bit competitive and a little bit well, now I'm going to do something just to show you that I can. And there's part of me in my heart that is we should do a charity event. So for the lifeboats, just to prove this person wrong. Because at the end of the day, me single-handedly paying a membership of €10 a month or whatever it was, it doesn't change much. That's €30 for 3 months. Or we could do some kind of charity event and potentially raise significantly more than that. But then I'm also that was so rude that it's kind of put me off. But then I'm also they do very important work. So I don't know. Yeah, it is 2 steps away from 19th century firefighters. It's exactly the same. Reminds me of getting chapped by a charity person. Shut them up by pointing out I was the demographic they were trying to blackmail me with. That's too powerful. That's too powerful. There's some people sometimes that come over to Ireland and they're like, we're trying to deal with knife crime in London, which first of all is like, why are you here? That's really random. And second of all, it's very funny when they stop me because I'm like, oh yeah, I know these areas that you're talking about. Like I do in fact like have family and friends living in them. And they're like, oh. And then I'm like, yeah, I do actually know people that have been stabbed. And they're like, oh, okay, sorry for bothering you. That's my favorite one. Hi, Grendel. Hi. Sorry I'm so late saying hi to you. How are you? I hope you're good. I've been reading statistics and learning how to do p-hacking. Yeah. Please don't do p-hacking, bro. Please don't do that. I can explain, but it's going to turn into a manifesto. Let's go. We love manifestos. We love safe for work manifestos. I would like to add. Oh dear. I got kicked from a PhD server for being an independent researcher. Sad. Oh, rude. To be fair, if it is a server explicitly for people who are doing PhDs and you're not doing a PhD, then I can understand why. It's like a safe space. There are some things that non-PhD students just don't get, to be honest. Even if you're an independent researcher, like there's like institutional pressures that, yeah, don't necessarily translate across, even across cultures, even from one university to another university down the road. It can be very, very different. Hi Toppers, hi. How are you doing? I hope you're good. The Spite charity event, exactly. Do you ever get crushes on seeing repeat authors of scientific papers? Like if you keep encountering the same author for multiple papers? Yeah, I've had it where like I look at the papers that someone's putting out and I'm like, stop doing my exact research like program that I would love to do, you know? I've had that and I've been like, I would love to work on a project with you even. I would love to work on a project with you. So in that way, I guess, yes. There's a few people where I'm like, your work is so cool. I want to work with you on this. Yes. Asking is their job, so maybe they can be excused. See, the asking is fine. It's the passive aggressiveness that's like scary. What's the opposite of lifeboats? Give to them. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're not doing that. We're not giving money to the death boats. That's threatening. That's even more threatening than the lifeboats. Rival fundraisers could be a lot of fun if you lean into it. It's true, right? It's true. Hi, more beverage. Hi. Do not speak to me of the stabbing magic child. Do not speak to me of the stabbing magic child. I was there when it was written. Actually, unironically true. Yeah. I will say this, you guys did a world of good for Cali with your charity work for the fires. Z's fundraiser. I was like so impressed by how well like everyone's communities came together to raise money for that. That made me so happy. And I feel like I would really like it to be a regular thing, like to do regular charity events. I just haven't thought about like how to do it yet, but it's on my list of things to work out. Because I do actually want to. Like, I think it would be quite fun if we like read papers and or played games that are relevant to the charity that we're raising money for, you know? I don't know. A Spite charity stream for the lifeboats would be hilarious. I think we might need to do it. Oh dear. We might actually need to. 0 words per minute. Open the paper, please. Okay. I will open the paper. Give me a second. Okay. We'll open the paper. But I'm not going to talk about it yet, but we'll open it. There you go. This is the paper that we're going to be reading. Where am I? There we are. Cool. Cool. Very cool. Okay, Rotor syndrome is a form of genetic, oh gosh, I'm going to struggle with this word, hyperbilirubinemia, caused by a mutation of genes that code proteins for a transporter called OATP in the walls of hepatocytes. The thing that drives me up the wall is that OATP is cited to be responsible for the uptake of unconjugated bilirubin, whereas the symptom for Rotor syndrome I can find in the literature is conjugated hyper... Why does medical stuff have such bad words? Conjugated hyperbilirubinemia. Now the question is, why does it cause elevated levels of conjugated bilirubin when it has nothing to do with conjugated bilirubin? This is a good question. This is a good question. I would love to know. I would love to know. I'm on year 30 of consciously never buying a poppy because of a charity worker. I hold grudges like no one else. This is the thing though, is that like people that are going out and doing fundraising, you have to be so good at customer service, because if you do something even slightly off, like that is now that impression reflects onto the charity now. So yeah, it's I don't know. I feel like they need to be really, really careful about who they send out. And I don't know if this person was just having a bad day or something, but yeah, I don't know. Most people were just ignoring them. We were like, let's actually be nice and talk to them. And I thought I was going to learn something cool about the lifeboats. I knew they were going to do the charity plug, but I was expecting like the opportunity to do like a one-off donation or something like that with cash. And they were like, no, we're not carrying cash. And I was like, oh, okay, fine. What do you think of the empiricist fallacy? That is, if a variable is hard to measure or difficult to control, it's simply considered non-extant in the context of specific research. It's like reverse p-hacking, it seems. I don't know. I don't have much thoughts on it because I've not really thought about it very much. I don't know if I've ever even heard of it actually saying that. Wait. If psychological empiricism, oh gosh, no, that's, I think I need to think about that more. I think I need to think about it more. So basically, things that can't be counted, you can just ignore it. It's kind of difficult because at what point does it become a... No, I think actually I have, now that I think about it, I think I have come across this before in like moral psychology. I'm pretty sure I read a paper about this in moral psychology during my master's actually, but it was a very long time ago. It's not something I've thought about in a while. It's difficult to know whether someone is dismissing something as completely irrelevant or if they've just not thought of it, if that makes sense. I guess if they were explicitly doing it, if they were just explicitly like, oh, we can't measure it, so this is irrelevant. Like that's just not good. Like that's just bad, like bad practice. Like most scientists will be like, yeah, even if we can't measure it, there's a chance it could contribute. I just don't know what to do with that right now. But if they're just outright saying I can't measure it and therefore it's irrelevant, I guess it kind of depends on like your approach to latent variables in general though, right? Because some people will just be like, if it's not measurable, then it doesn't count. It doesn't exist. So I don't know if it's a fallacy necessarily or if it's just a different like epistemological, is that the right word? Position? I always get epistemic and epistemological mixed up. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. Hi, Dr. Hex. Hi, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Welcome in. I hope you're good. How are you doing? I got very wrapped up in thinking about the empiricist fallacy for a second there. But yeah, I guess my summary would be there's different epistemological positions. Some people think that latent variables count as a valid measure, like a valid thing to measure. And other people say we should only be measuring what's observable. And it just entirely boils down to like whether you take a more, whether you take a positivist position or not, I guess. I don't know. Hi, Zazaz. Hi. I hope you're good. Oh yeah, paper link. I should post that. Wait. I did that thing again where I posted it on Twitter and I forgot to post it anywhere else. Where's my... Hello? That would... Huh? Okay. I don't know what's going on. Today's paper. There we go. Here's today's paper. we got there eventually, I swear. I know what I'm doing. This is a professional stream. This is science, I swear. It's stealth Satsu, genuinely. Let's be honest, every stream of mine is a stealth Satsu. I've not heard of the empiricist fallacy either, but the way you described it just makes me think of the latent variable problem. Exactly. That we never actually measure the construct we're studying, we measure proxies. Exactly. No, I'm pretty sure that I've read it in some kind of moral psychology paper before, but it was a very long time ago, like during my masters. I had to write I had to write an essay about a topic in moral psychology, and it was the bane of my existence. It was literally the worst essay that I've ever done. Well, it was the second worst essay I've ever done in my life. I hated it so much, but like the concepts that I didn't care about the moral psychology bit. That was the problem. Like it wasn't interesting to me. But I did care about the context around the essay question, which was basically like evaluate this thing. And I was like, that sounds fun. And then I got into like a real rabbit hole of reading about like reliability and validity and stuff like that. And that's basically how that's one of the ways that my interest in metascience kind of started, actually, was that essay. But I hated the topic of the essay. So I ended up reading everything around the essay, like around the topic, methodologically and theoretically, and then I never actually like cared about the thing that I was evaluating itself. So that was kind of weird. That was a weird situation. Yeah. Just blame dark matter like a real scientist. That's the answer. We should start doing that. But from now on, I'm gonna reclaim dark psychology from the YouTube shorts people, right? From now on, it's no longer like this is how you manipulate people, and it is now just my explanation for anything that I can't explain in psychology. Okay, we're repurposing it. I have an important question. Your stream is full of orange, and in my university, each field is coded with a color, and psychology is orange. Is this a coincidence, or is psychology orange coded globally? That's a complete coincidence. I think psychology here is normally more like blue, to be honest. But then, actually, most university departments would just kind of stick with the color of the university. I think APA is like a kind of light blue. And so the American Psychological Association, and I think the British Psychological Association is purple. So I guess bluey purple would be like my default thinking in terms of color and psychology, associating the two. I can't remember what the Ireland one is. Let me remember. Let's have a look. They don't really have a color. I guess, no, theirs is kind of blue as well. Blue, green, yeah. Like dark blue. So yeah, like different shades of blue or purple seem to be the recurring theme there. So yeah, that's just purely coincidence. I just chose orange because I like it. Gotta head out for mental health reasons. No problem, Yo Avco. Thank you so much for joining us. If you need to, you need to take a break, please do. Please do. That would be catastrophically bad policy for my field. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. Did they misspell +1? No, that +1 is the name of the journal. That's actually just called that. It's actually just called that.
Hello, Psydere. Have this study been replicated? And Psydere, what do you think of the replicability crisis in psychology?
Thank you so much for the 12 bits, Salzaz. Thank you so much. Good questions. Good questions. Has the study been replicated? I don't know. I haven't checked yet. It came out in 2021, so we can have a quick look. Let's have a look. Generally, my experience is that a lot of metascience stuff, like, because like psychology of science has taken it, like it's kind of taken off a bit more since 2020-ish, I would say. Like, it's been a thing since like the 80s. If I remember correctly, I think it was one of the really famous like social psychologists from like the 1900s at some point was talking about it. I want to say about in the 1980s. I think it was Moscovici, but I might be wrong. Someone like that made a paper talking about how we need a psychology of science, and then it never really took off until the last kind of like 5 years, when there's been a real push for it, at least from what I've seen anyway. But yeah, because of that, my experience is that generally there haven't been many metascience replications yet, but I think there will probably be quite a lot at some point. I think it's just one of those things where like it's not quite picked up yet. Yeah. And then what do I think of the replication crisis? The replication crisis, I find it absolutely fascinating. I'm not gonna lie, like I'm a metascience researcher. Like, it's part of my job to think about this kind of stuff, right? But I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that. I guess the way to answer the question is probably like what does it mean for the field? And I would say that psychology is doing a lot better than it was. I think it was a net positive for psychology overall. There are a lot of findings that like we're now kind of like, oh, that's not quite as what we thought it. It's not as good as we thought it was. Maybe not as robust as we expected potentially. But then a lot of things in psychology just boil down to very small effect sizes anyway, because it's a stack of many things. So you basically, what's the most common thing that seems to come out of replications is that they replicate the findings. Sometimes they just don't replicate, there's no effect. Sometimes they do replicate, but the effect size is a lot smaller. So that means that, like, instead of, say, for example, instead of like 50% of people saw an increase, it might be 25% of people saw an increase. Like the amount of like the magnitude changes, basically. It goes down. But I don't think that's inherently surprising. I feel like that just makes sense because people are complicated and there's so many degrees of freedom involved in any one behavior or any one set of beliefs or any one set of cognition that, like, it just makes sense that it would just be a stack of a large number of small effect sizes. So I don't think I think that it's probably been better for the field in terms of like how we do our methodology. It's probably made what we're doing a bit more robust. But I don't think it's been like some people will be like, oh, the replication crisis in psychology means that it's not a real science. Like, oh, it's like the whole field is just like ruined. And I don't think that's true. We still have a lot of very, very good, robust findings, like we have a lot of robust findings still. We still have a lot of robust methods. None of those things have been wiped off like the face of the earth. Like we are still doing science, and we're doing it a bit better now. So yeah, that's my thoughts, I guess, in general. I don't know if that answered the question though. I don't actually know if that answered the question. If there's one thing I learned from Portal, it's that blue psychology and orange psychology are connected by a dark psychology tunnel. It's so true. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense. Hi, young lord. Hi, how are you doing? I hope you're good. And hi, Erin. Hi. How are you doing? Sometimes it turns out the effect isn't replicable when your sample size isn't entirely composed of student volunteers. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? So many of the replications, either they try and replicate an effect that was with one student sample in a different student sample, or they actually get funding to do it and they try and replicate an effect that was based on a student sample into a general population sample, and that's the point where it stops replicating. And it's like, that's not surprising. Like, there's a lot of very specific, even if you just strip away individual differences, right? Even just culturally, like the culture that you experience and have experienced at university and prior to university is very, very different to like somebody that's never been to university and was like raised in an entirely like, you know, like very, very working class environment, for example. Like they're just culturally very, very different. So it's not surprising even with that people would think differently about things. Yeah. But then obviously there are probably also some level of individual differences, whether they are, you know, cultural or something else, between people that go to university and people that don't. So, hi, my wacky brain. Hi, how are you doing? I hope you're good. Yeah, exactly. The replication crisis is in multiple fields. Like, if I remember correctly, nutrition got hit by it really, really badly. Certain parts of like biological sciences got hit by it really badly. Medicine, some parts of it have been struggling. I think also electrical engineering, if I remember correctly, like there was some stuff around, especially research into like silicon chips and stuff that was a bit problematic. But then like the general concepts of the replication crisis go beyond that too. Because like, even if you look at things in, I don't know, even if you look at like astronomy, for example, like not always, there's not always replications happening, and the code isn't always public and stuff like that. Sometimes it is, but sometimes it isn't. And for experiments in, I don't know, like what's an experiment? Like, I don't know, experimental something. Think of something experimental that isn't people. That chemistry, for example. Are people pre-registering their analysis plans? I don't know. So I think it's more just like different areas of research we're doing different things, and we're kind of just standardizing stuff a bit more now. So because like registering protocols and like pre-registering what analyses you're going to do and stuff like that, they've been a thing in like, you know, medical trials and stuff for literally decades, and psychology has started adopting that. But then open access has been much more of a thing in, I think, if I remember correctly, that I want to say a lot of like humanities journals and like critical theory journals have been very heavily open access for a long time. And that's something that's, you know, been adopted across the board by a lot of funders and stuff now. As in, like, it's required by funders for research to be published open access. Like open source, sharing code, stuff like that. That was always, that's pretty much always been a thing in computer science, but, you know, also fields that have computational elements, like, for example, physics, you know, and that's also being adopted by other fields. Psychology, I feel like psychology does a pretty good job at, I think we're doing a pretty good job at the pre-registration from what I've seen, although I have seen quite a few instances of people pre-registering and then like not following it, or just like it's a really vague one. So yeah, anything would follow it. Yeah, I don't know. I think probably also like in terms of latent variables, like bits of psychology do a really, really good job. Like personality psychology has been thinking about latent variables for a very, very, very long time. So yeah, I think we're pretty good at that. Sorry, I've been yapping again. I don't know why I keep apologizing. I'm literally here to yap. Why do I keep apologizing? Because we're here to read a paper also. We should do that. I've been doing that thing where I'm just yapping for an hour and we need to read the paper. The replication crisis is also kind of overblown. Why should we expect science to replicate so often? Are we not imperfect in improving our knowledge, which would require discovering how we were mistaken in the past? Exactly. Psydere, I completely agree.
How do you think the psychology field are trying to solve their psychology replicability crisis? And Psydere, do you think it will lead to a renaissance of psychology?
Thank you for the 12-bit Zaz. Thank you so much. Yeah, good questions again. Good questions. So how do you think the psychology field is trying to solve their psychology replicability crisis? I think in general, the pre-registrations are super important for experimental stuff. Just quantitative stuff in general, really. So that's where you put publicly your analysis plan and your experiment plan. You put everything publicly and you say, we're going to do this. And then you just follow it and see if you get the results that you were expecting. That I think is a very big part of it. Also just generally being more transparent about how we're doing research. Like I'm slowly starting to see more people that I know like sharing their R code and sharing their data sets and stuff. And that's really good. I think also I'm thinking. I had something else in my head and it's just disappeared. Also, like positionality statements, like thinking critically about like your beliefs and how they might affect the research questions you're asking and stuff like that. I think that's probably going to become more important. It's already a big thing in qualitative research, but I think it's going to become more of a thing in quantitative. Yeah. I think those are probably the big things. And will it lead to a renaissance of psychology? To be fair, like I think we're already kind of there a little bit. Like there's been quite a few papers talking about how there's been like a credibility revolution in psychology. So I would say if you're interested, look those up. I'm not going to go and find them right now because I do actually want to read this paper. But yeah, that's basically my thoughts on that. Yeah. Doing all right, figuring out what to do today. That's such a mood. That's such a mood, wacky brain. That's such a mood. So hi, Psychic Salad. Did I say hi to you yet? I don't know. Hello. Why should I care about the societal impact of my work? Sounds like a them problem. I mean, honestly, from the point of view of a psychologist, it's because funders care. I'm not gonna lie. That's unfortunately a big chunk of it. Hi, Winnie. Hi. How are you? I hope you're good. If this website has a dark mode, I think I do actually have a dark mode on my, do I have a dark mode on here? Oh, I don't. This is a PDF that I'm showing in my Zotero. I do not have a dark mode. I used to. It's gone. I don't know where it is. I could probably change my settings, but I think it looks... Oh, I broke it. There we go. I think it looks kind of weird with my
Thank you, Psydere.
overlay,
I
to be
really
honest, if I do a dark
appreciate you taking
mode.
the time to answer my questions.
Thank you for the 13-bit, Sarah. Thank you. That is okay, anytime. I like answering questions, actually. It's quite fun. Also, sorry, Control-Alt Cassidy, thank you for the follow as well. Sorry, I've been like yapping. I'm like too in my yap zone. I'm not paying attention to what's happening. And thank you for the lab safety register check-ins, Kami and Zerkia. Thank you. Hi, Zerkia. How you doing? I hope you're good. And hi, Bushy. Hi, Bushy. Slipping in for a bit. Finally physically recovered from Anime Expo, only to start my training regimen for Yado Nationals. Hope you've been drinking some awesome teas. Thank you, Bushy. I have been. Although I'm not gonna lie, I've been having like a coffee week because I've been a bit tired because my sleeping schedule is very weird at the minute and it's also very warm. So iced tea, let's go. There is indeed scientific yapping going on. Let's go. We're gonna yap now. We're gonna yap. And by that I mean actually read. Nobody told me we were science yapping today. I'm sorry. I need to actually publicly post my schedules. I'm sorry. Thank you for the hydrate, Bobo. I will hydrate. Right. I am failing to detect dark psychology. You're right. Hello, Cassidy. I'm a fairy and I love science and history, and I also am autistic and I'm constantly reading. That's not unfortunate. I'm constantly reading too, but like the quality of what I'm reading is highly variable. I will go from reading a science paper and then literally like 3 seconds later, I'll be like, now I am going to brain rot on social media. Okay. Right. Let us actually read the paper now. So, okay, here we go. Here's the paper. How do researchers approach societal impact? By Benedict Fecher and Marcel Hebing, who are both at the Alexander von Humboldt Institute for Internet and Society, Berlin, Germany, and a few other places too. Both of the authors contributed equally to this work. Excellent. We love to see it. Okay. So this was published in 2021 in PLOS ONE. PLOS ONE is an open access journal. I think you can also leave comments on it, if I remember correctly. Like, you can leave comments about whether you think, like, basically they have comments for peer review. Am I remembering that correctly? Or is this somewhere else? Comments, yeah, they do. They have a comments section. So you can comment on journal articles, which I think is quite cool. It does also have the potential to be very toxic one day. Yeah. 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 Okay. But what am I doing? We're here. Okay. So yes, we're going to read the paper. We're going to read the paper now. So abstract. Let's see what this paper's about. Based on a communication-centered approach, this article examines how researchers approach societal impact. That is, what they think about societal impact in research governance, what their societal goals are, and how they use their communication formats. Hence, this study offers empirical evidence on a group that has received remarkably little attention in the scholarly discourse on societal impact of research, and that is academic researchers. Our analysis is based on an empirical study an empirical survey among 499 researchers in Germany, conducted from April to June 2020. We show that most researchers regard societal engagement as a part of their job and are generally in favour of impact evaluation. However, few think that societal impact is a priority at their institution, and even fewer think that their institution communication departments reach relevant stakeholders in society. Moreover, we show that researchers' societal goals and their use of communication formats differ greatly between their disciplines and the type of organisation that they work at. Our results add to the ongoing meta-scientific discourse on the relationship between science and society and offer empirical support for the hypothesis that assessment needs to be sensitive to disciplinary and organisational context factors. Very cool. Very cool. Okay, so here are my first initial thoughts after reading this, okay? So a little bit of context for those of you who have not had to deal with ref. If you know, you know. Basically, most research in academia now, you're like assessed by the quality of your research and the impact of your research. They're both things that universities look at. So quality is, like, is it robust? Is it using, good methods? Is it yeah, no, actually that's pretty much it. Like, is it open? But on top of that, they're interested in impact. So impact is basically like, it's such a difficult concept to describe. It's basically, first of all, like, how much of an influence does your research exert on the academic ecosphere that you inhibit, no, live in. What's the word? I'm mixing up my words. What is the word? There's a word, it's gone. Inhabit, that's the one. Thank you, Astral. Thank you. Inhabit. So yeah, how much influence does it exert on the ecosystem that you inhabit? There we go. Oh dear. Can you tell I have a social communication disorder? Well, I've lost my train of thought now. Oh dear. Yeah, so how much influence does your research have on your research network, on the field that you're in, on the topic that you're studying? But then also how much influence does it have on wider society? So when they're looking at influence on other research, normally they'll look at like citations. That's like the kind of like standard thing is citations, and then also how much funding you get to do your research, because those are taken as kind of proxies for like, oh yeah, people think that your research is important, basically. And there's all sorts of debates to be had about the quality of using those as the metrics, like that, but that's the reality. That's the reality that we're in. In terms of the influence on society, it's a bit more vague, I guess. Some things can be fairly concrete. So it could be, for example, like your paper gets cited in a policy briefing, or your paper is used as evidence in some kind of like government evaluation, stuff like that. Okay. So some of it, like, it's very, very traceable. You know, your paper is directly being used by people to develop policies or to implement policies. It's being used in healthcare. It's being used in like social work, stuff like that. Okay. Sometimes it's a bit more vague. So like, for example, sometimes they look at like social media metrics, like how much has your paper been shared on social media? And they'll use that as like, oh yeah, like people found this interesting, basically. It's like a proxy for people found this interesting. Sometimes it gets even more vague, and it'll be like how many how many public engagement events or how many science communication events have you taken part in? How many, like, have you made any YouTube videos and stuff like that to just communicate your work to a wider audience? Things like that. Beyond that, it starts to get kind of complicated. Like, I've seen some people using basically like accounting to try and measure the impact of the work, like beyond that. And obviously I should also say that like different types of research focus on different metrics differently, if that makes sense. So like basic research, I don't know, say for example, like, I don't know, let's say like experimental physics, for example. Experimental physics might be more focused on like the research side of it, so citations and grant funding and stuff like that. They might also look at like how many patents have been like how many patents have been acquired based on like the research that you've done, you know, like developing technology off of it, stuff like that. Whereas like psychology and sociology and stuff like that tend to be a lot more kind of on the human side. So like, is your research being used to develop policy and stuff like that? Yeah, I don't know if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. But that's the context. Basically, it's used to evaluate academics' performance, especially like in UK universities are like really, really, they're really, really big on this. There's like a whole, I think it's like 7 years, they do a whole exercise called the REF, the Research Excellence Framework, where they basically evaluate entire university departments based on the impact of the work of the academics within the department. And it like creates a ranking, and that's used to then inform university rankings globally and stuff. And it's a whole thing. It's everyone hates it. That's my experience, is that everyone hates it. Everyone who has ever told me about it is like they hate it. But you know, that's how it is. So that's at least, I don't know how this differs between different countries, because obviously this study has been done in Germany. I don't know if Germany has anything similar. If it does, then that will influence how people feel about societal impact of their work, and also like where they are in the assessment cycle would also probably affect it. The other thing I'd like to highlight is that this study was done in April to June 2020, so it was while the pandemic was exploding in Europe. So I have a feeling that this would be quite an interesting one to replicate, because this is probably being done at a time where a lot of scientists were more in tune with the need for societal impact of research, frankly, because lots of people started talking about it. So yeah, that's my first thoughts based on the abstract. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Kazimex. Thank you. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. I hope you're ready to take part in some research. Let's see. Sorry, I've been yapping. What have we been talking about while I've been yapping? Apart from my field, given how applied we are in ABA, all my research specifically requires social benefit, and in particular quality of life benefits for the subjects. Then again, they may be talking broader here than what I'm thinking. See, that's really interesting to me, because I would have thought surely if they're saying that you can only publish research that shows tangible impact, surely if okay, wait, bear with me, because I'm thinking through what I'm thinking here, okay? Surely if you're doing research into ABA techniques or any healthcare technique whatsoever, and they say that you can only publish research that shows tangible positive benefits, then surely that in itself is creating a file drawer effect, because you're only going to be publishing research that shows that things work? I don't know. I don't know if I'm overthinking that, but yeah. Yeah. Oh, we could publish research where we have tried and failed to have an impact. Oh, okay. That's fine then. That makes sense. Are there any judgments about the nature of the impact, or is the Alpha Wolf study considered aspirational? That's a good question. I don't know the specifics of the ref because I've never gone through it myself. I have always been far too junior while I was at a university to have to deal with that. So yeah, that's not a me problem. But I think that generally it would have to be positive impact. Then again, it is quite hard to define what's positive and what isn't. And you could, in theory, argue that lots of people self-report benefits in terms of their well-being based on that stuff. So it could potentially be argued to be a positive impact case study. I don't know. Let's see. Could impact vary depending on the opinion of the funders and the university's status quo? Potentially it could. I think the UK wide ref is like standardized across the board. So there's like criteria that they have to meet, and if they don't meet the criteria, then it doesn't count. And I would imagine there's probably quite a few national programs like that kind of do the same thing to kind of offset that, if that makes sense. But I guess like a lot of the time, especially philanthropic funding is often, government funding is normally like, you know, the impact is, we want to see some impact, but we're not going to say what it has to be. I think from what I've seen, philanthropic funding seems to be a bit more like, we have a program of impact that we want you to have, and we're going to fund research that we think will do that. So probably a little bit more in that way, but then obviously different funders value different things. So I guess arguably the diversity could mean that it's fine. I don't know. Thank you for the follow, Autism Mama Bear. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. Hello, Frost. Hi. How you doing? I hope you're good. Yes, we're reading a paper in theory. I've done that thing where I'm yapping again, though, unfortunately. Thank you for dropping by while Max plays. Thank you. Yes, read on the paper soon. Yes. Thank you for joining us. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Oh, the goal has to be to have. Okay, so the goal is not. It's not being forced to have impact. The goal is to at least attempt to. That makes sense. Okay. There's a value in researching processes to show that they have no impact, to stop people doing that thing. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's exactly why we need to publish null results, right? Is so that people don't keep doing the same experiments again and again and again and, you know, never publishing them. And so people just keep doing them. At least this most recent detour has been explaining the basic premise of the paper. Exactly, to be fair. This is relevant. Okay, so introduction. Let's speed read the introduction because I feel like they're just going to be saying, ow, ow. It's quite warm. It's quite warm. I feel like they might be saying just the same thing that I've just said there, but in more words. But you know, it'll be interesting. I'm a psych student in the US and I'm absolutely obsessed with psychological research. Let's go! You're in the right place. Welcome in. Yeah, so we're reading, the context being, we're reading a paper. This is like as far as I can tell, it's a psychology of science paper. So it's about the psychology of like what scientists think, basically. And also, hi, I'm Psydere. I have a PhD in social psychology. That feels weird to say. I haven't submitted my corrections yet still, but I should probably do that soon. But you know, they're going to be accepted. They're going to be accepted. So I basically just have it. That feels weird. That feels weird. Yes, thank you for the hydrate, Torgmas. Thank you, thank you. I will indeed hydrate. I did indeed use more words than the paper. I always use more words than the paper. Why would they be saying, ow, it's quite warm in the introduction? They're not. They're not. How can I describe this? You know when it's very warm and like you just lean on something for a minute and then like it's like you start having friction against the thing. That happened. I'm 1 year on and it still feels weird to say I've got a PhD. I think it's never going to stop being weird to some extent, right? Like, it's not even like an imposter syndrome thing for me. It's just kind of like, wow, I did that. That's wild. That's wild. I'm just looking at received February, accepted June, published July. Oh yeah, wait. I mean, okay, to be fair, if I remember correctly, I think that these types of papers were being speed ran. Oh, wait, no, that's a whole year. Wait, no, wait. Okay, I've done a brain... Wait, no. Yeah, okay, so they took a year. Okay, they took 6 months to publish it. That's not too bad. Like, it took a year to actually be published, but they took like about 8 months to submit it. That's fine. That's quick. I take ages. I've got a paper from like 4 years ago that I still haven't submitted. So I need to get around to that. Okay, we will read. But first of all, I'm not going to lie. I am going to very quickly... I'm going to disappear for literally like 2 minutes so that I can go and get some more water because it has entirely ran out. So I will be back in a second. Please bear with me. Hello, I'm back. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Okay. Right. Where are we? Hydration time, yes. Very much hydration time. Right. Let's go. Okay. It's paper time. It's paper time. We're going to read. Okay. Right. Let's go. So, until the 1970s, there was no doubt among policymakers that public investment in research would have a positive societal impact. The social contract for science at the time meant that science was granted an unusual degree of autonomy in return for widely diffused benefits to society and the economy. It was only from the late 1980s onwards that researchers were increasingly expected to account for their achievements in evaluation exercises. Initially, these focused on intrascientific and often bibliometric impact. In the last so that just basically means how many citations you got. In the last decade, however, policymakers have begun to focus more on the societal impact of research, and hence on what academic research offers for the economy, society, culture, public administration, health, environment, and overall quality of life. Noteworthy examples indicating the gradual shift from scientific to societal impact in research governance include the Research Excellence Framework in the UK, or the Excellence in Research for Australia. The Excellence in Research for Australia framework even, which I assume is basically just the same thing. In the Netherlands, a region with some of the most developed examples of impact governance, the Association of Universities in the Netherlands, the Netherlands Organisation for Scientific Research, and the Royal Netherlands Why can I not say this word now? The Royal Netherlands Academy, there we go. The Royal Netherlands Academy of Arts and Sciences have implemented guidelines for the evaluation and improvement of research, the standard evaluation protocol. Sorry, I'm chaotic. What's going on? The SEP is used by research institutions to evaluate research units and focuses strongly on the relevance for society as well as research quality. Societal impact is also a key component in European health funding. Yeah, so as they said, it's a focus on, what did they say? Economy, society, culture, public administration, health, environment, and overall quality of life. So yeah, those are the kinds of things that they're looking at when they're looking at the societal impact of research. They're very, very, very important things, obviously. Very important things. And yes, societal impact is indeed a key component in European research funding. I can confirm this from personal experience. In Germany, where the present study was conducted, there has been no evaluation exercise comparable to the REF, ERA, or SEP. The topic has, however, been prominently discussed, referring to the announcement that the next EU framework programme for research and innovation will focus more on the societal benefits of research. The Alliance of Science Organisation stated in 2018 that any such evaluation should be differentiated and tailored to the demands of science. In 2019, the Federal Ministry of Education and Research published a policy paper in which it stipulated that societal impact must become part of the academic reputation logic. In 2020, it set up a think tank to work out how societal impact would be evaluated. That's okay. Also in 2020, sorry, I'm like pausing for a second and saying okay, because it's kind of interesting that they did that, because there is actually an entire line about social impact evaluation, like an entire line of research about social impact evaluation in the nonprofit sector. Like, it's pretty well established. Obviously, it would need to be adapted to the needs of academia, but it's quite surprising that they didn't think to tap into that knowledge, given that it's already there. I don't know. Alliance of Science sounds like a marketing dream. It does. It sounds like some kind of superhero group, doesn't it? It sounds like some kind of, or potentially supervillain group. We don't know. Yes, the Alliance of Science Organizations. Also in 2020, the Alliance of Science Organizations issued an agreement containing 4 fields of action. This highlighted, among other things, scientific freedom and the need to anticipate disciplinary differences. The German Council of Sciences and Humanities, an advisory board to the German federal government, called for more recognition for knowledge and technology transfer. The German Rectors Conference, the umbrella organisation of German universities, decided at its General Assembly on November 14th, 2017, that knowledge transfer is a priority for universities. Besides these developments at the level of scientific governance in Germany, there are also a multitude of institutional initiatives and strategy developments underway. For instance, the Leibniz Association, a union of 96 non-university research institutes, adopted a new mission statement for the transfer of scientific knowledge to society, the economy, and politics in 2019. Yes. When it says the economy, one of the big things about impact is like basically like product development, like how much is like research from universities trickling out into businesses and being used to develop new products and services. That's like a really big part of it. Yeah, so the reason why I paused and said about like social impact accounting is that one of the things that we're doing, I guess this is from 2021, and this is already a thing that's just been growing significantly in the last like 4 years anyway. But like one of the big things that is being talked about in the UK and Ireland is how social enterprises like kind of link in. So a social enterprise is basically a company that's set up to make a profit, but at least some proportion of that profit is then directed back into basically like the equivalent of charity work. So it would be like 50% to 100% of the profits are, rather than going to stakeholders, to shareholders, sorry, they go out to actual stakeholders in the community. And that's been talked about as a way to like kind of capitalize on the monetary gains of scientific impact. Yeah. It's kind of interesting how all these things link together. Alliance of Science is definitely a Doctor Strange villain group, or possibly the correction of evil Reed Richardson. It's evil. Oh no. I assume that might not have chosen it due to the possible competitiveness and possibly pride, but they might have viewed that the current metrics were insufficient. Maybe. I mean, I think my experience with academia is that, I mean, this was a government organization, right? There's a chance that they might have not known, but I think probably the bigger thing was that it might be a cultural thing, because sometimes it's quite hard to get knowledge from one country to another country. And as far as I understand it, like the kind of social accounting stuff is like a lot more a UK and Ireland thing than it is for other places. So maybe they just weren't aware of it, to be fair. The Alliance of Science and their arch nemesis, the League of Extremely Ordinary Laymen. Wait until they all work together on a giant citizen science project, then you'll be sorry. Okay, I am hydrating. Right, so although there is no evaluation, hi DMD, hi, thank you for the lab safety register check-in. I hope you're good. Okay. Although there is no evaluation exercise in Germany comparable to the REF in the UK, it is evident that the topic has gained momentum in Germany in recent years as well. In light of complex societal challenges and further interrogation of German research bodies into the European research area, the societal impact of research will likely become an even more prominent concern in research governance in the near future, if, as stated above, the old social contract granted science relative freedom in return for widely diffused benefits for society. The new social contract for science imposes accountability for the freedom granted to science. This development has been criticised by the scientific community. For example, many associations for the social sciences and humanities in Germany express concern that the BMBF initiative does not take into account the current state of science communication research. If societal impact is to be a new paradigm of science governance, and it's important to better understand how societal impact emerges. In this article, we address this question from the perspective of researchers. That is, we ask what their views on societal impact are, what their goals are, and what formats they use to achieve them. Our analysis is based on a survey among 499 researchers in Germany, conducted from April to June 2020. Here we report the key results of the study and reflect on potential implications for science governance. Our results add to the ongoing scholarly discussion on societal impact by offering empirical evidence on a group that has received surprisingly little attention in the scholarly study of societal impact: academic researchers. I see you reusing a word. I see you reusing a sentence in your abstract, you cheeky. You're meant to reword it slightly. Okay, so next section, societal impact in research. I mean, okay, that section, I think that was useful context. That is also broadly what I said at the beginning, though, to be fair. So I feel validated. That's good. I know what I'm talking about to some extent. My abstracts are copy and pasted as much as possible. Yeah, but it's not meant to be obvious. You're not meant to make it obvious. This is too obvious with this, like, you know, the M- academic researchers. They've made it too obvious, man. You can't give it away with something like that. Okay. Okay, societal impact in research. Two scholarly discourses are particularly relevant for the subject of this study. First of all, the discourse in communication and science and technology studies on the relationship between science and society. And 2, the discourse on societal impact measurement in scientometrics and evaluation research. In the following, we will delineate the... I don't actually think this is a psychology paper. I apologize. I think I might have had to read this for a lit review I'm doing. Oh well. We're here now and we're doing it. And 2, the discourse on societal impact measurement in scientometrics and evaluation research. In the following, we will delineate these 2 discourses and reflect on their implications for this study. Meta study about how many abstracts are just copy pasted. I would love to do that. That sounds really fun. That sounds really fun. Hi, Redstone Orange. Hi, how are you doing? I hope you're good. I hope you're good. Yeah, it does sound like an interesting paper. Exactly. Yeah, technically restating your point is sort of to enforce your point. Yeah, they're just... If they're saying the same things that I'm saying, then that makes me feel good. That makes me feel like we're on a consensus here. You know, the last paper that we read, it started out and I was immediately like, oh, not sure about the premise for this one, Chief. So, you know, this is a nice place to start. What's the paper about? It is about how researchers do societal impact. How they think about it. I don't really know yet. We're not really that far in. We're only on the introduction, as always. So, although we're on page 3, which is pretty good for us. It's pretty good for us. Thank you for the follow, Alt Ties. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. You are now part of the research participation pool. You've just consented to take part in the research, so I hope you're ready for that. Oh dear. So I opens the psych paper. Here we go. The paper. It was me. Statistics. Plays dramatic reveal music. It was statistics all along. It makes me think of that meme. You know that meme where it's like the 2 astronauts and one's got a gun and the other's like it was all something. And they're like, always was. Yeah. It's like that. Just looking at psychology. It was all statistics. Always has been. Yeah. The Alliance of Science strikes once again. Maybe we should steal this. Maybe that should be the chat name. The Alliance of Science. No, that's far too dramatic. Quack. I agree. We're the Psydockies. It's too ingrained. It can't change now. Okay. Technically, that one astronaut is about to become a statistic too. Oh dear, it's true. It's true. We can quack. You can indeed quack. There's other sound alerts too. Maybe one day there'll be more. Who knows? Who knows? Potentially there could be more coming as part of my 2.0 debut that will be happening sometime in the next period of time. At some point, TM. Soon. TM. Soon, exactly. We're quack scientists. It's true. It's true. I've always been a quack scientist, let's be honest. Will the 2.0 have 2.0 words per minute? We can dream. Indeed. Oh, we went to like a bulk shop recently, you know, like Costco. We went to basically the Irish version of Costco, right? And they had these catering tins of beans, and it was like 2.5 kilograms of beans, and it was 6 of them. So it was 6 sets of 2.5 kilos of beans. And I was like, I'm so tempted. But I can't. But I could. But I can't. But I could. Honestly, the thing that stopped me was taking it home. Too heavy. Husmod was very powerful. He was too powerful. He was like, we bought, what did we buy in the end? I think we bought 12 kilograms of pasta, and he valiantly carried it home. The entire like hour that we had to go home, he valiantly carried it. He's too powerful. Thank you for valiantly carrying our pasta. We should have got beans to go with the pasta though, I think. This is what I think. Also, hi, said Victor. Thank you for the lab stage ready to check in. Thank you, thank you. I hope you're good. I hope you're good. So I could do something totally hilarious by very subtly introducing the 2.0 with each stream and doing a study on how far she gets before we notice. To be fair, it's a completely different art style, so I think you would notice. I have it loaded up. I could use it right now. I could use it right now. I could stream with the model right now, but it's everything else. It's everything else that I'm trying to get sorted out, you know? I've got some stuff I need to finish first, so yeah. Yeah. The Welsh streamer got a wall of beans sent to her by her chat by putting it on throne. Don't tempt me. That's very tempting. That's very tempting. Are these the type of beans that you put on toast, or do you use beans for something else? I eat all of the beans. Beans are like my main source of protein. I am not gonna lie. So I do eat like Heinz beans, the beans on toast beans, but I'm also a big fan of like, I put black beans in everything. I put like kidney beans and stuff. I'm a big fan of like, what are they called? Like borlotti beans. What are they called? Cannelli beans. Those one. I can't remember what they're called, but the white ones, the white beans. Yeah. But these ones were the Heinz beans. Black beans are amazing. I agree. S-tier bean. S-tier bean. But then if we're expanding to legumes generally as well, I'm also a big fan of like split peas and red lentils and chickpeas. I could eat chickpeas for the rest of my life and I would be happy. Hi, Spectral. Hi. How are you doing? I hope you're good. I hope you're good. 35 kilograms of kidney beans. It's tempting. It's tempting. For me, it's cheese. Ever since I'm vegetarian, I've been eating a ton of cheese. See, I can't do that. I have a dairy allergy, so I would explode. I would spontaneously combust. So my thing is beans. Yes. As the embodiment of flatulence, I support bean consumption. Incredible. 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 I just learned that lentils and split peas are super high in dietary fiber. They are. They're very healthy. High in protein and high in dietary fiber. Yes, yes. Yes. There's an entire restaurant based in chickpeas in Vancouver. That's so tempting. I literally had hummus for breakfast today, so yeah. Thank you for the hydrate, Astral. Thank you, thank you. I will have some water. Yes, yes. Me and Mylin did a beans tier list. Yes, Mylin joined me. They joined me to do a beans tier list, and then we rated the beans and largely agreed on things. Actually, yeah. Are you allergic to human milk as well? I don't know. I've never tried. And I don't intend to. As someone who has to do get fiber reports on my desk, I approve of eating beans in larger amounts. Yes, we like beans. We like beans. Yes, yes. It's called chickpea. What an amazing name. Hi, Spidooey. Hi. How are you doing? I hope you're good. I always mix up lentils for carbs instead of fiber. I mean, it's both, to be fair. It's like legumes in general, like lentils, ouch. Lentils and beans and chickpeas and stuff, like they're high in protein and fiber and carbs. Like it's all of the above, to be fair. How do you find the beans tier list? We have a VODs channel. I think I might have a thingy so that I can actually show the VODs channel, but I don't know what it is. Let me check. Where are my commands? I don't know where they are. I have a VODs YouTube channel that I probably don't advertise enough. Every single VOD goes up on it. Largely, some of them were edited because in the beginning I had a bit of a tendency to accidentally dox myself. But we got over that. We got over that. Where is my commands? Where are they? Do I have a command for this? We'll find out. Custom commands. I don't. I should probably do that, actually. I should probably do that. Anyway, here's the VODs channel. There you go. There's the VODs channel. I can't remember where the beans tier list was. Where was it? It was, I want to say, I want to say that was part of my Adventure Time debut. I think that was why Mylin joined us. In which case, it would be... Oh, where is it? Hello? It's like horribly out of time with the rest of them. That's very funny. Here you go. It's here. It's that one. Yes. Model reveal. Yes. I swear, I know what I'm doing. I swear. How long have I been using this model now? Let's find out. Oh, they've changed the YouTube interface and I don't like it. No. What is that? I don't like that. I don't, no. What is that? They've got rid of the bar at the bottom and now there's like weird rounded buttons in place of it. Oh dear. 0 out of 10. 0 out of 10. We've been using this model since March. That's quite a while now. Oh, almost to, yeah, almost to the day actually. March. So like 4 months? Yeah. Yeah. How cursed would a manta ray Psydere model be? I mean, you say it's too much work for a throwaway joke. I could probably, I could probably try and teach myself Live 2D to make really, really bad cursed joke models, to be honest. If I tried hard enough, I could probably do it. I just don't try very hard. I don't try very hard. Oh dear. I never try very hard. No, that's not true. Probably, actually. That's probably not true. In studio? No, in the actual YouTube. Like, on the actual YouTube video page, it's changed, and I don't like it. UI designers need job security. You can't just say you got it right and call it a day. That's true. That's very true. We do need to redesign things. You have a PhD, you're not allowed to say you don't try hard. This is true. I do try. I probably try too hard, actually. I'm probably sweaty. Oh, well. It's true. I try. I'm trying too much and I should probably stop sometimes. It's fine, though. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I see it and I hate it too. No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Doing good. I'm glad to hear it. Oh, you're choosing what to eat for dinner
vtuber
tonight.
who
Very
live in
good.
the United Kingdom who be willing to help you. I am not sure if I am allowed to mention them.
Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the bits, Sarah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. To be fair, no, I've wanted to learn how to do it myself anyway. I mean, I know a VTuber rigger anyway, like an artist and who does art and rigging, which is Mylin, my beloved model parent, who has done the art and rigging on this one, and also on my 2.0, and I'm excited to show you. But I can't show you yet. Not yet. I need to do more marketing for it. I've done a terrible job. I need to. Yes. But yeah, I should learn it at some point. Anyway, should we get back to the paper? We got distracted. Okay. Right. So, relationship between science and society. Thank you for the hydrate. Sayon, please don't let me forget about that. Be mindful. Please don't let me forget. Don't let me forget, because I don't want to do it now. I will try and come back to it. No, we're not doing mindfulness now. I'm not doing it right now. We're doing the paper. I just got mentally ready to do the paper. We're doing the paper. See, look, I drank. You can actually see that I'm drinking now, to be fair. I'll get out my mindfulness cards and put them directly in front of me, and hopefully I will not forget about them. Okay. Okay. Right. Relationship between science and society, from deficit to dialogue. Before the first large-scale impact agendas were implemented, scholars in science and technology studies critically examined the nature and role of science in society, drawing on novel concepts of academic knowledge creation such as Mode 2, academic capitalism, post-normal science, or triple helix. Although these concepts differ, I don't know what any of those are, by the way. Although these concepts differ... Although these concepts differ in their objectives, they generally assume a form of scientific value creation that is no longer self-sufficient and is increasingly interwoven with society. While these conceptualizations do not employ scientific impact as an evaluative paradigm, they have paved the way for new thinking about the relationship between science and society. These explorations of the role of science in society were, however, primarily theoretical in nature. Later, entire lines of communication research addressed how the public deals with science. For example, the public understanding or awareness of science, scientific literacy, or more recently, public engagement with science and technology, and the science of science communication. Okay, that was a very long sentence, but yes, I am more vaguely aware of these concepts. It's just basically different models of like interacting with the public as a scientist, or for like interacting with science as the public. Yeah. In general, research in this area has shifted away from viewing society as an inactive recipient of knowledge, for example, in the so-called deficit model of science communication, and towards envisaging more complex and interactive forms of knowledge creation and dissemination. Yeah, so traditional science communication was kind of just very much like, hello, I am a scientist, I'm an expert, I am going to tell you about this thing and what it means, and you will just accept it. So if you think about the kind of like, yeah, kind of like books, popular science books, TV shows, stuff like that, lectures. It's just the scientist delivering the knowledge to the public, right? And it's kind of shifted now. Now, what's more valued is basically like getting people interacting with science. So, for example, through citizen science projects where people come and collect data or develop research questions with you. Through participatory research, which is literally like bringing people into the whole process, to be part of the process, like from beginning to end. And yeah, kind of like interactive dissemination. So I think we're going to see a lot more science streaming. Like, I think this is just going to keep growing and growing, to be honest. Like, it's already growing pretty quick, and it's already grown pretty big. But I think it's just going to keep going, because I do think that this is like exactly the type of medium that is probably going to be really rewarded eventually. Yeah. Well, the open labs is a weird spot. Yeah, the open labs are kind of interesting, right? They are kind of interesting because they're kind of not quite citizen science, but they're also not traditional science. Like, they definitely fit in somewhere, but I'm not exactly sure where. Would you feel better with a read the paper redeem? Probably, actually. I should probably do that. Is there some conventions for building up to a proper paper? They all look so dense and hard to read. Isn't it sometimes an issue? So basically, normally the bulk of the introduction will start broad and kind of narrow into the specific thing that they're looking at. So this right now is still kind of giving context to what their research question is. And then they'll narrow it down into like looking at more specific things that are kind of related to what they're going to be researching. And then they will present their research question and say, this is how ideally this question is fitting into the gaps that is currently there. So you can kind of think of it as like an upside down triangle. Yeah, it like starts broad and then narrows down. And then they'll talk about the methodology. So like what they actually did and how they did it. They'll talk about the results that they found. And then they'll have a discussion section where they kind of like link those results back to what they talked about in the introduction. Yeah. So that's kind of like broadly the structure that at least I've noticed and structure my papers around. I don't know if I'm missing anything though. Yeah, there is a specific structure. Once you get used to it, they become easier to read. Exactly. It's it's very formulaic once you have read quite a lot of them, to be honest. There is a bit of variance in different fields as well. Like they do take slightly different approaches, and also sometimes journals will have a different format. So like, for example, nature journals do the results and then the discussion and then the methodology, and it really irritates me. Like it annoys me so much because it's context that you need to read the results, but they're like, the results are the important bit, so you want to get to it first. I don't know. It's I don't like it. Effectively, effectively science TV shows from the 90s and early 2000s. Yeah, exactly. The ones where it's just like, I know things and I am telling you things. Exactly. That's like the kind of deficit model of science communication. And then the public engagement model is like actually bringing people into science or taking it to them so that they can get involved in it. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to have a quick drink and then we will continue reading. Right. While there is a considerable body of literature on how the public perceives research, less attention has been paid to the institutional conditions for engagement and how researchers themselves deal with the public. Okay. Regarding these institutional conditions, scholars have observed a certain decoupling of central communication infrastructures at institutions and the researchers... of central communications infrastructures at institutions and the researchers working there. I don't know what specifically that's referring to, but it might be... Basically, they have communications officers at a lot of universities now. And normally... science communication, a lot of it will kind of go via the communications office rather than to the researchers themselves, or the communications office will like ask the researchers to get involved with something. So yeah. Others have pointed to an increased Others have pointed to the increased legitimation pressure exerted by research organizations and the increase in PR and marketing. When it comes to researchers' dealings with the public, scholars have focused on A, the relationship between science and specific publics, for example, the media or politics, B, the relationship between science and the broader public, or C, the communication practices of single disciplines. Here, recurring themes include researchers' motivations for engaging with the public, teaching and training, and institutional conditions. Much research on the interfaces between science and society consists of various relevant case studies, yet there is a lack of comparable empirical evidence on one particularly decisive group of actors in the dialogical rationale, that is, academic researchers. This explains why, in the study, we focus on researchers and how they approach societal impact. Okay, cool. They have explained why they're focusing on this group. That's cool. That's useful. Cool. I've got to go. If we're still going when I get back, I'll pop in. Thanks for the science. Thank you for joining us, Fatulence Incarnate. I hope that whatever you're doing goes well. Yeah. Designated extrovert. Genuinely, actually, yes. I have to readjust myself. I was not comfortable. Okay. Measuring societal impact from economic to broader societal benefit. In scientometrics and the wider field of evaluation research, the shift towards societal impact as an assessment paradigm in science governance has been accompanied by critical reflections. Martin, for example, asked pointedly whether the creation of the ref would create a Frankenstein monster because the costs of conducting the evaluation might outweigh the benefits. Others have argued that evaluations of societal impact are prone to methodological shortcomings and might have unintended behavioral effects. So I'm guessing that probably means like people focusing on gaming the metrics rather than actually doing the impact, which is a thing that we have seen a lot in many fields, including in academia, where people do that with citations now. In addition, there are two further points of criticism concerning the concept of societal impact. On the one hand, critics point to the inadequate representation of the complexity of science. For example, because impact logics of the natural sciences are used as a yardstick for evaluations. In contrast, impact assessments have been described as failing to do justice to transfer activities in the social and sciences and humanities. In recent years, new approaches have developed that specifically address the social sciences and humanities. This is going to have a lot of acronyms, isn't it? Oh dear, I'm going to struggle. On the other hand, criticism is directed towards the representation of society, whose benefit has often been reduced to the economic indicators such as revenue or jobs, and not the broader societal impact. However, some evaluation exercises have broadened their scope to include wider benefits to society. Recent models for societal impact have tried to incorporate dialogue into their conceptions of societal impact. As an example of this is Zhong et al.'s concept of productive interactions, which proceeds from the assumption that current productive interactions between researchers and societal stakeholders will improve the probability of future societal impact. In this regard, interactions are deemed productive if encounters between researchers and societal stakeholders lead to knowledge that is academically sound and socially valuable. The concept indicates that two quality regimes, a scientific and societal, are important for deciding on the productiveness of a dialogue. It should be noted that science is part of society, and both the sciences and the publics have different ideas on robustness and usefulness. The notion of societal impact is an effective dialogue is useful in the context of this study because it allows us to move from pure utilization and reception research to examining the anticipated societal impact of researchers. Drawing on the wider field of evaluation research, we examine how academic researchers anticipate the broader societal impact of their research. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, this section has kind of lost me a little bit, and I think that's just because I don't really know anything about evaluation research. Like, I don't know any of the concepts that they're talking about here. It does make inherent sense to me that, like, social sciences and humanities, like, it's kind of harder to, especially humanities, like, it can be kind of harder to see how that work is, like, feeding out into society and changing things, because people are inherently quite difficult to measure, whereas, like, for like engineering or physical sciences, like, it's pretty easy to map out, like, oh, this has led to this technology and therefore this economic impact and stuff like that. Also, like, where economic impacts of social sciences and humanities tend to be more like, if there's a company being set up, then it's probably like a services company, and that's also quite hard to measure. So things are just kind of a bit more nebulous for social science and humanities. So I can see why they're saying, like, you know, there's lots of different criticisms around that, to be honest. Let's see. Important to break down science technical terms so the broader audience can reasonably get the purpose of the new practical science. Yes. Yeah, I mean, jargon is useful for, like, interacting between experts in the field, right? But yeah, when it's like talking to a broader audience, you do need to define what things mean, or ideally not use it at all. What, I don't know. I say that you can introduce people to it, and then that in itself is quite nice because now they're, like, empowered to be able to understand things. So saying that, probably actually, like, there is a good place for jargon. I know there's also a debate around this too, but there is a risk that people are going to completely misunderstand what the terms mean. Yeah, when a metric becomes a target, exactly. I've heard of regular people using words like p-values and priors for and stuff like that. Weaponization of research terminology. Yeah, it's a thing. Priors I've seen quite a lot, like people just with no understanding of Bayesian statistics whatsoever being like, yes, priors, I am updating my priors. And I'm like, you are not using that in the right context, actually. But okay. I've seen biochem terms weaponized as well. Well, I believe this means jargon for my colleagues and definitions for the public. Yeah, it's a real thing in psychology too. Like, you just need to look at basically how people talk about anything related to mental health, like how people talk about, you know, oh, I'm triggered, or like, oh, it was traumatizing. Like, the way that people talk about it is very, very different to, like, how practitioners talk about it and how researchers talk about it. Just don't use acronyms that already exist in another field. No, but we need our acronyms. We need so many of them. We need more acronyms, actually. Psydere is actually an acronym. I don't know what for, but... Oh my gosh, hello! Hi! Hi, it's the herd! You and me herd! Hello, Tayu. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Everybody, if you don't follow Tayu already, what are you doing? Tayu is so lovely. So lovely, and does really nice mental health content. Please go follow Tayu. And hi raiders, welcome in. I'm Psydere. I'm a research psychologist. I'm a real life psychologist. I got my PhD recently. Today we're talking about I thought it was a psychology paper and it's not. It's like a science and technology studies paper, but it's fine. Think about it as though it's the psychology of science, okay? That's what we're reading today. But yeah, welcome in. Hello, hi Tayu. Hi, Chamomile Reverie. Hello, hello. And hello, Summer Phoenix. Hi. Hi. You really love Akabe? I don't specifically love Akabe. I just find him really, really funny because my like a big part of my research is about why people believe conspiracy theories. So he is a character, just like, I don't know, I find him very, very, very funny and very interesting. He's such a good way to like map out all of the ways that people act. Hi, Dayu, hi. What were you doing today? What were you doing? And how are you? And I hope you're good. If you need to like, you know, have a rest, have some water, get up, stretch your legs, etc., please absolutely do. Please go do it. But obviously, you're always welcome to stay. We always love having a Tayu in our chat. Thank you for the follow, Summer Phoenix. Thank you. Welcome into the research participation pool. You've just signed the informed consent form. You're a counselling graduate. Let's go. Welcome in. Yeah, see, I'm like a science psychologist. I have got a bit of like clinical experience, but it was more how can I describe it? It was more neuropsychology, so it was kind of like assessing for well, actually no, because I've saying that I've got about 4 or 5 years of experience in clinical settings, I think, if I remember correctly. Some of it was like assessments, neuropsych assessments. Some of it was like, you know, listening volunteer, if that makes sense, like, you know, kind of like just listening to people, kind of peer support type of thing. And some of it was art therapy. Actually, I did a bit of like, I worked as an art therapy assistant for a while. And some of it was like behind the scenes stuff for the psychologists, like, you know, back end support. So yeah, that's what I did. So I have a bit of clinical experience technically, but I don't consider myself in any way like linked to counseling or neuropsychology anymore. So I'm very much just a scientist now. I'm terribly boring. I just read my papers and give people my surveys. Also, thank you for the follow, Eradicator36. Thank you. Welcome into the research participation pool. Thank you. And also, hi, Izzy Bar Twitch. Hi. What's it like to study upside down? What?
Can
Study upside down? What do you mean?
Themselves?
No, I'm not Australian. I'm British. You are not the first person to say that, though. You are not the first person. I'm British. I've got my bottle of water. I do indeed. I've had people tell me that though. Like I've even had Australian people tell me that I sound Australian, and I don't know why. Clearly there's something about the accent. Also, sorry, Zaz, thank you so much for the 12 bits. Thank you so much. Sorry, I talked over it TTSing. I apologize for that. Can science psychologists psychoanalyze themselves? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm not trained to give any kind of therapy, and especially shouldn't really be doing that on yourself. But kind of reflexive work, like introspective work, that is a part of what I do. In terms of like looking at how my thought processes have changed over the course of a research project and linking them to my kind of broader opinions and like attitudes and beliefs and stuff. That is a part of what I do because I do a bit of qualitative research. So yeah. Psydere, psychological scientist you definitely enjoy, rambles every time. That is perfect, Racco. That is so good. We've got our acronym, perfect. Oh gosh. I wouldn't say boring. Yeah, I wouldn't say boring either. I very much enjoy my job actually, but yes, we don't I don't interact with people very much anymore because most of what I do is like surveys and stuff, which is quite funny. Also, hi Hunter, thank you for the lab safety register check-in. I hope you're good. I have indeed been diagnosed as British. It's so sad. So sad. Need to eat more beans to convince the masses of your British heritage. Okay, to be fair, I don't know whether it might be because of like the Irish accent influencing my accent, and that's why I've started sounding Australian. I don't know if British plus Irish equals Australian, but that might be what it is. That might be what it is. I do also need to eat more beans, though. I'm kind of hungry, I'm not going to lie. There's an ad about to start. I apologize for that. I'm going to snooze it, actually. We'll come back to the ad. We'll come back to the ad. It's terminal. It is terminal. It is, unfortunately. As a fellow English, you sound so English that it confuses me as to how people hear anything other than English. See, I don't know either. When I listen to myself back, I'm like, I can hear a little bit of it's not accent. I think it's more like speech pattern, if that makes sense. I think the way that I talk, the pattern in which I talk, is now a bit more Irish than it was English. Wait, no, it's more Irish than it was before. And then there are definitely also words that have massively changed in the way that I talk. But to be fair, when I come onto stream, I think I do my academic accent. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I do ease into my natural one. I think my natural one has a bit more of an Irish influence in it, but it's quite fun. It's quite fun. You could eat refried beans to cast further doubt on your nationality. Do you know how much refried beans are here? They're like €4 a can. It's ridiculous. They're so expensive. There's no need for that behavior. 16.7 words per minute, a personal record. Wow. And I'm ruining it right now by yapping. I get confused as having a South American accent. I'm from Southeast England and have British genealogy, but I've been living in Northern Ireland for 5 years, and I think my accent has matched a little. That's so valid. That's so valid.
For you interact with people.
Yes, my stream. I consider it an important vector for interacting with people, both on a personal basis and on a scientific basis. Actually, my work do actually like advertise Psydere now. They're like, look at the social not social impact, look at the public engagement work that our people are doing. It's very cool. It's very fun. But yeah, honestly, that's such a mood. Like I think that like English people listen to me and they're like, you're English, you just have a bit of like a mishmash accent, right? Irish people listen to me and they're like, you're English, but you've been here a long time. I can tell there's something going on here. People from everywhere else keep thinking that I'm Australian. So I don't know what's up with that. Very specifically, like English people seem to place me specifically to Bristol now. Like even people from Bristol are like, are you from Bristol? And I'm like, no. But I guess Bristol is the average of like London and Dublin, so it's approximately in the middle of them, I guess. So it's great science communication, exactly, where I communicate everything except the science. Yeah, the rising inflections at the end of the words, that's something that I catch myself doing quite a lot. And sometimes my vowels kind of like come out a bit Irish in certain ways. But if you don't know like the specific local Irish accent, then you wouldn't know what I mean. But I think if you knew, then you would know. I follow an Australian streamer that people keep thinking is English, so I think people are just bad at this. To be fair, I do think that like there is a lot of overlap between the accents. There is a lot of overlap. Suddenly I picture your lab having a business card with your Adventure Time model smugly smirking as part of the social engagement. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very strongly considering getting business cards that I can give to people. Because like at the minute I'm giving out stickers and the stickers are good, but I have to write on the back of them like all of my details. So I think what I might do is actually get business cards because they're useful. The amount of times that I've been to a conference and I've given out like Psydere stickers because people are actually interested is very cool. It's very cool. Okay, there's going to be an ad now. I apologize profusely. Oh, hear me out. What is it? 3D printed business cards? It's so tempting. That would be so cool. See, I just want to get normal business cards and then maybe just like also give people a sticker. But, you know, Yeah, we have similar accents. You said the colonies having similar accents isn't shocking. Exactly. It's not that shocking. I might actually get the cards made though. I might actually. Okay. I am gonna quickly grab some food because there's gonna be an ad and I'm kind of hungry and I've run out of water again because it's so warm. It's so warm today. It's so warm. Our island goes over like 20 degrees and suddenly everybody's taking their clothes off and wandering around with no shirts on and people get very silly. And I'm not coping. So I'm going to grab some more water. I'm going to grab some more water and grab some food. Yeah. And I will be back in like a few minutes. So yeah, see you in a second. I'm doing everything in my power not to give you the Tato ASMR. But I could just do it. I didn't finish them. Okay. Paper. Okay. I really don't like eating noises, which is why I will not give you the Tato ASMR. I have to edit this later. Did you say Tato? I did indeed say Tato. Yeah, you know what's up. You know what's up. You know what's up. My favorite. Okay. Right. Potato ASMR. Just reading the ingredients. Potatoes. Vegetable oil.
Because to those outside of the United Kingdom, received pronunciation is the most well-known accent of British English, and Psydere you don't have the received pronunciation accent might be why they mistakenly think you are Australian.
Yes, that makes sense. That makes sense. That could well be what it is, actually. Also, thank you so much for the 13 bits. Thank you, Sarahaz. Thank you. Yeah, that could be what it is, because I don't have like a... I don't have the, I don't have the standard British accent the one may expect. So, I mean, I could try. Should we read this next section of the paper in a terrible received pronunciation accent? I'm very bad at it, by the way. I'm very bad at it. Conceptualization of societal impact in this study. Building on the discourse in evaluation research, we refer to a broader societal impact, that is, the benefits that research holds for the economy, individual well-being, the environment, and culture. According to Bornemann, three main strands of societal impact can be distinguished. First, societal impact as a product. I can't do it, I'm sorry. I can't do it, I tried. First, societal impact as a product, that is as an artifact that embodies scientific knowledge. Second is societal impact as use, so that is the adoption of academic knowledge by societal stakeholders. And third, societal impact as benefits, that is the effects of the use of research. Here we focus on the latter. We consider the desired societal benefits that researchers associate with their work. So that's their goals, research question 2. And the formats that they use to communicate about their research. So that's the formats, research question 3. To further differentiate societal benefits and formats, we conducted a qualitative pre-study. They've got more information about that in the methods section, so we'll come back to that later. To gain a better understanding of how researchers perceive societal impact as a paradigm in research governance, we included questions to elicit respondents' opinions on the role of societal impact at their institutions and in their work, on whether societal impact should be given more weight in evaluations, and whether their institutional communication departments are reaching relevant societal stakeholders. Cool. Hi, Nocturnal Foxboy. Hi. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Thank you for signing the informed consent form. I solved it. British O is O, and Aussie O is OR. Very scientific. This makes sense. Australian to me is saying beer as beer, year as year. I see. But it threw me off the first time that a guy offered me a beer. Yeah. Yeah, to be fair, I think I say beer. So I probably say that very English. Dang, the tea and crumpets were almost finished materializing on my desk before you stopped. No! The summoning ritual has failed. Oh, like dough. Oh, like, okay, or like door. Okay, I see. I don't know much about Australian accents because I've never been there. Please excuse me 1 second while I munch on my tato. If I stay far away from the microphone, it doesn't catch it. Australian to me is entirely about Steve Irwin vibes. That's so valid. Rest in peace. I'm an American, clearly that means I'm an expert in all things Australian. I've worked with Australians, and personally I feel like we sound very, very different, you know? I feel like we sound very different. Did we read this? Yeah, we did. Okay. I can hear no difference between those two beers and years. They both sound like not North American accent. So like beer or like beer. That. Do you hear that? Beer. I don't know. I don't know. If I sit here and I'm like, I am going to put shrimps on the Barbie, I feel like that's very, very clearly English. Like, come on. I don't even approach Australian. Australians were people we sent to. Oh, yeah. Australia is where we sent prisoners after we stopped being able to dump them in America. It's so true. It's so true. It's so true. Okay, right. Explanatory dimensions. So, drawing on De Jong and colleagues, and in line with metascientific discourse on the conception of the relationship between science and society, we see societal impact as the effect of interaction between scientific and societal stakeholders. We hence use a framework for communication inspired by Cohn's concept of a theme-centered interaction and Luhmann's notion of meaning when deriving our explanatory variables. We differentiated between 3 dimensions of explanatory variables. So first, the content dimension is defined by the researcher's disciplinary background and their self-assessment as to whether their research is applied or basic. Yeah, so for anyone that doesn't know, basic research is basically like... Actually, how do you describe basic research? Applied research is like you see a problem out in the wild. Like you see something happening like in society, or like you see like a technology that needs to be developed, and then you do that, you work on that. Basic research is like you're investigating the core principles that would underlie everything, I guess. I guess that's the way to describe it. I don't know if that's like entirely accurate though. I never really know how to describe the difference, to be honest. Basic research is synthesizing pumpkin spice. Yes, it's true. And finding exactly the right shade of duck shell blue to put on your little car. Yeah. What is that one car? It's like a Fiat or something, right? That all of the pumpkin spice latte drinkers have. Like, I associate pumpkin spice latte with this one car because, like, everybody, when I was in secondary school, everybody who had that car was also obsessed with pumpkin spice lattes. Like, it was not even a correlation. Like, the correlation was, like, 1. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so it can be assumed that researchers' approaches to societal impact vary between disciplines. We assumed that a researcher's disciplinary background would affect their choice of societal goals. We further expected to find differences between researchers who considered themselves applied and those who considered themselves basic researchers, as societal impact might play a greater role for applied researchers. We therefore assumed that applied researchers would be more supportive of societal impact evaluations and would be more active in using communication formats. That makes sense. Applied research solves a problem, basic research satisfies curiosity, kind of a little bit, but basic research can also sometimes solve a problem. It's more just like a academic problem. So like, for example, like particle physics is overwhelmingly basic research, but like if you're doing particle physics research into like, I don't know, dark matter, for example, that's basic research, but you're still solving a problem. It's just an academic problem, you know? I don't know if that makes any sense. Whereas, yeah, like applied research is like a societal problem. Fiat 500, that's the one. I was thinking of the Fiat 500. In duck egg blue, specifically. Tough to get more basic than particles, I guess. It's so true. It's so true. Okay. I do basic research into literally like the fundamental units of being. Yes. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm gonna eat another tato. Please bear with me. My tracking has improved so much you can see it now. Look. You can see me munching. Wait. That's so funny. Yum yum yum. Okay. Right, where are we? Tato distraction aside. The organizational dimension is defined by the type of research organization. So that is universities, universities of applied sciences, non-university research institutions. The organizational factors influencing societal impact have, with notable exceptions, been little researched so far. Here we are particularly interested in differences between various types of public research institutions in Germany. We assume that researchers at independent institutes would be more active than the university researchers in using communication formats because they usually do not have teaching obligations. Interesting. I can see the logic there. We further expected researchers working in applied science universities to be more active in using collaboration formats. Also can see that. That makes sense. You don't look like a goldfish anymore, I know. What's your opinion of cherry tomatoes? They are fine. They're okay. They're okay. I like the yellow ones, actually. You can get yellow cherry tomatoes and they're very, very good. I like those a lot. Is Tato Park still in operation? I don't know. I hope it is. I want to go. Where is it? Where even is it for a start? I don't actually know. Tato Park. I want to go and meet Mr. Tato himself. What? It's not Tato themed anymore. It's not Tato themed anymore. Tato aren't sponsoring the theme park anymore. It's still there, but Tato are no longer sponsoring the theme park. This is so sad. This is so sad. No. This is actually like the worst day of my life. I wonder if Mr. Tato is still there though. Because you used to meet him. Where? I swear there's another one. I swear there's another one. Maybe there's not. I am not sure. I know, it's so sad. Oh, Tato. Okay, Bobo, for context, Tato, as in T-A-Y-T-O, is a specific brand of crisps that you find in Ireland, right? But, like, they have just a complete dominance. They're also some of the best crisps ever. I will fight anyone that doesn't agree. But, the interesting thing about Tato is that there is actually two Tatos, okay? There is a northern Tato and there is a southern Tato, right? So there's Tato in the Republic of Ireland, and there is also Tato in Northern Ireland. And that is because they have different trademark requirements. And Tato is trademarked by different companies in the north and in the south. Yeah, exactly. There's law. There's law. So there's like a rivalry between the north and the south over who has the best Tato. Yeah. So yeah, that's the Tato. That's the Tato. I saw something in Ireland claiming it's the only theme park in Ireland, which can't be true. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if there's not another one, to be honest. Never had Republic Tato. Apparently the cheese and onion is better. That I don't know. As again, I've never eaten cheese and onion crisps. Like, I can't eat them. So I can't compare how they are better, but I've heard that the Republic's cheese and onion Tatos are better than the North's cheese and onion Tatos. But I must say that Northern Ireland has much more flavors that I can eat because the Republic tends to put dairy in literally everything. So, yeah. So, on that basis alone, I would personally say I prefer North Tato. Your pronunciation of cherry tomatoes is very similar to an extremely popular Australian corporate VTuber, so therefore I can understand how people might think you're Australian. Oh no! I'm being attacked. Tomato. Is that cherry tomato? Maybe. I need to go on the British candy shop downtown and see if I can try this Tato thing. See, I don't know if they would have them in like a British candy shop because I guess depends on who you ask. Like, but like the Republic Tato wouldn't be in a British candy shop. You'd need to find like an Irish section in a supermarket or something. Yeah. Another side doppelganger. No, not another one. There's too many of them already. It needs to stop. Okay. Right, back to the science. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Yeah. That is very true. If they do have it, the Irish would be very angry. That is true. But then the Northern Tato is technically UK Tato, right? So it's like they could have Northern Ireland Tatos in a British candy shop in theory, but I think in reality they probably wouldn't. Okay, right. Where are we? It's UK but not British. Do not ever say that to a Northern Irish person. That's a very controversial statement you've just made. Okay, so the organizational dimension is defined by the type of research organization that is Oh, we've read all of this. Okay, yeah. So they're thinking that universities at independent institutes will do more science communication than people at kind of like traditional research and teaching universities. Yeah. And then we further expected that researchers in applied science universities would be more active in using collaboration formats. Yeah. Okay, cool. And then the individual dimension is defined by the socio-demographic factors of age, gender, and academic status. Gender and age differences in connection with human agency have been widely researched in the social sciences, and also they pertain to scholarly communication. How these relate to researchers' engagement with society is still little understood. Academic status may have an influence on the use of communication formats in the sense that high-status academics may be most active in advisory roles. I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm not sure how that links in. Not sure about that one, Chief. They've cited a bunch of stuff about how gender affects like pay gap and publication rate and stuff like that. Uncertainty. I need to see how they expand this out. Okay. But yeah, all of those things kind of, well, most of those things make sense. Okay, I'm gonna have some water. By looking at these dimensions, we aim to understand how these factors might influence the interactions between scientific and non-scientific actors in terms of opinions that researchers hold, the societal goals that they pursue, and the formats that they use to communicate about their research. 3 research questions guided our analysis and structured the presentation of the results. When analysing each question, we use our 3 dimensions of explanatory variables, that is content, organisation, and individual, to structure and compare the results. So, research question 1. What are researchers' opinions on societal impact? What differences can be identified along the 3 dimensions? In particular, we're interested in researchers' perspectives on societal engagement as a part of scientific activity, whether societal impact should be considered more in research evaluation, whether the performance of institutional communication departments in reaching relevant stakeholders, and the importance of knowledge transfer at the institutions. Knowledge transfer is like about academia to business, normally. That's normally what that means. Okay, so they're kind of looking at all of the angles of impact. That's cool. Which societal goals, research question 2. Research question 2, which societal goals do researchers aim to achieve with their research? How do these differ along the 3 dimensions? We use the 13 goals that we identified by coding the ref use cases as a framework, for example, supporting legislative decision-making, driving technical innovation, preserving cultural heritage, or protecting the environment. Research question 3. Which formats do researchers use to achieve societal impact? How do these differ along the 3 dimensions? Again, we used our coding of the ref use cases as a framework and took a close look at the educational offerings, consulting, events, PR, social media, and collaborations. Cool. Okay. We're on to the method. Let's go. Okay. So, you can buy both on Amazon. Ooh. Tempting. Sounds like it gets us in trouble. I see what you did there. Journal club, yeah, let's go. Okay, we're actually journal clubbing. We're reading. We're doing science. Let's go. 18.44 words per minute. Oh my gosh. This is the answer, clearly, is that I just need to actually sit down, like, not after I've spent a whole day at work reading papers. This is clearly what we need to do. This is the answer. I tell you what, though, my throat is struggling today, like, purely on the basis, I think, of how warm it is. I'm drinking a lot. We must stay hydrated. Okay. So, method. The Institutional Review Board and Data Protection Officer of the Alexander von Humboldt Institute for Internet and Society approved this study. Informed written consent was obtained from the participants in this study. The data was analysed anonymously. To answer the research questions, we conducted a survey from April to June 2020 among 499 scientists in Germany. In the following, we describe the instrument and its distribution, the sample design, and the analysis of the data. The survey instrument aggregated data in the pre-study, so a qualitative analysis of the ref case studies, can be found on the project website. That's very good, very cool. They're practicing open science, we love that. The survey was part of a BMBF-funded research project addressing the question of societal impact and its measurability in the social sciences and humanities. Instrument. We designed a standardized instrument consisting of 6 sections. So A, socio-demographics, B, work context, C, knowledge transfer, D, teaching, E, research, F, general questions, G, personality. Here we report on the largest section, which is the knowledge transfer section, which covers our 3 research questions and use questions from sections A, B, and F for the explanatory analyses. Okay, it sounds like this was a big study and this is only reporting part of it. Potentially. But, you know, to be fair, an entirely separate paper about teaching in particular would be very, very useful. Like, I think that's just fundamentally different. So that makes sense. The bottom of the list is no longer a solid block of Psydere. This is faster than 1 mile in stream. Let's go! I'm winning! Okay. Research question 1 was covered by a set of items addressing researchers' attitudes towards societal impact. That is, their opinions regarding the importance of knowledge transfer as part of scientific activity and at their institutions, their opinions towards stronger weighting of societal impact in research evaluation, and the performance of their institution's communication department in reaching relevant societal stakeholders. We used a 5-point Likert scale from strongly disagree to strongly agree to elicit agreement or disagreement with a statement. Research questions 2 and 3, which were about goals and formats, were implemented as multiple choice questions. The answer categories were based on structuring content analysis of the Research Excellence Framework impact case studies, which we carried out as a pre-study in spring 2019. In 2014, the UK became the first country to assess the societal impact of research as part of a national assessment. The REF evaluates societal impact via case studies, which are narratives that describe how research conducted at a higher education institution created wider societal benefit. Of course, REF impact case studies are written to succeed in the evaluation in question. Nonetheless, as researchers' expressions of impact, they provide suitable textual databases for developing goal and format categories. The REF case studies are available in a public database. The case studies were analysed by 2 coders separately and frequently discussed in the research group in order to achieve intercoder reliability. The main categories of the content analysis were reflected in the questions on the societal goals. For example, namely, what societal impacts do you want to achieve with your research, which was 13 items. And communication formats, which were which transfer formats have you already used to communicate your results, which was 6 items. Each question allowed for further responses in an open text field. From the few additional responses and the higher response rate, we concluded that the identified categories were robust. Yeah. I mean, they're developing their own measure, but to be fair, like, they've actually based it on existing data and doing this thing of, like, you know, evaluating, like, analyzing data, like qualitative data, and then using that to develop questions. It is a valid way to do it. It's not, like, necessarily the best practice, but it is a way to do it, especially when you're trying something for the first time. Like, this could be expanded into having like a full psychometric evaluation of, like, developing a survey. But for this purpose, it's probably good enough, you know. Each question. Oh wait, no, I answered that already. Okay, we've read that already. To ask about socio-demographic factors, we reused questions that had already been proven useful in a previous survey. The range of disciplines we asked about was based on the classification of the German Research Foundation. Cool. Pre-tests. Yes, so for anyone that doesn't know, if you're running a survey or an experiment where you're, like, you know, involving people, it's always very good to, like, run a pre-test, which is basically, like, giving the survey or the experiment to people to see if they answer it in the way that you're expecting. Because sometimes people will do wacky things. Sometimes they will do wacky things. They will, like, just not do the thing that you're expecting them to do. Yeah, there we go, pretest. They will not do the thing that you're expecting them to do. Like, you will give them a question and they will interpret it entirely differently to how you're expecting they would interpret it. And then they will answer it in the opposite way because of that. So it's very important to pretest your materials as a psychologist. But yes, to evaluate the quality and reliability of the survey, we conducted 2 rounds of pretests. The first round involved topic experts, so that was fellow meta-researchers and methodological experts who reviewed both the content and the design of the survey. The second, oh, that's very good. Okay, so they're basically doing like an expert input type of thing, which is like a really good way to do it. The second pretest round involved researchers from different disciplines who completed the survey, focusing on its usability and providing us with the first data set for preliminary analysis and optimization. As a result, we revised descriptions and shortened the survey. Very good. Very good. We love that. They're developing their survey robustly. I'm going to eat some potatoes. Delicious. It's so funny. So funny seeing the munching. You may not like it, but this is peak stream content. It's just me sat with a paper open, eating some crisps. Brilliant. Okay. Yeah, no, that's me. That's me eating the crisps. I was not alternating between smiles and frowns very fast. Although, could I do that? That's the best I can do. Thank you for the hydrate, Torgames. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Right. There you go. I have drunk. I have eaten. I have drunk. I am now happy. I am a happy Psydere. I will keep going. When I get the lid back on, I can't do it. There we go. Okay. 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 Let's go. Okay. Sample design and distribution. We designed a semi-convenient sample, which means that in principle, any researcher with the link to the survey could participate. However, we personally invited certain researchers so that we could adequately cover the explanatory dimensions. That is the different organizational settings, disciplines, and career stages in Germany. Okay. With this in mind, we applied the following distribution strategy. Oh gosh, hello. Hi. Hi, Horatius. Hi, everybody. Hello, raiders. Welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid, Horatius. I hope you're good. How was your stream? How was your stream? Hello, everybody. I'm Psydere. Sorry, I've literally just finished eating crisps. I'm so sorry. I'm having a very British moment, but yes, hello everybody. I'm Psydere. I'm a research psychologist. I do research in psychology. That's literally my job. And then we come onto stream and we do some more of it. We read papers. But yeah, welcome in everybody. Today we're reading a paper about how scientists, how they think about impact. So like how they think about like what impact their research is having on wider society. If that, I don't know if that makes any sense. I don't know if that inherently makes sense, but yeah, it's like the influence that their research has on society. But yeah, hi. Hi, Horatius. I hope you're good. How was your stream? What were you up to today? What were you up to today? And who have you brought with you? Let's see. First of all, hello, Tewal, hello Tewal, hello Tootsie to Gobo, hello Cookie Llama, hello Kerbelos, hello Mad Magiday, hello, hello Eva McKay, okay, I think is that everybody? Yeah, hello, hi everybody. Thank you so much for the dwarf raid, and thank you for the follows, Tootsie, Cookie Llama, Kerbelos, and Rhodey. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to the research participation pool. You have to take part in research now. You've just ticked the consent form. And also, okay. Yeah, Big Bad Dragon. Okay, hello, welcome in. What an interesting username. But yeah, how are you doing? How are you doing, everybody? How are you doing? Grand, we had a psychology open house talk. Let's go. Oh, what topics did you touch on today? What topics did you touch on today? That sounds so cool. I've always, like, I love having your psychology open house talks on in the background while I'm doing other stuff. I feel really sad that I'm, like, always having to do other stuff and I can never actually, like, properly get, like, involved in listening and stuff. But yeah, that's so good. So good. I love that. I love that. We talked about addiction, anger, coping, and several other things. That's so good. That's so good. For everyone that doesn't know, Horatius is a mental health professional, and he does, these weekly psychology open house streams where he talks to people about mental health stuff, and also does lectures sometimes on Psychology 101 topics, and they are really, really good. So if you don't already follow Horatius, you should absolutely be doing that. You should absolutely be doing that. Let's see. Talked about how heterochromia is what happens when your eyes aren't gay. Incredible. But yeah, Horatius, if you need to take a break, get away from the PC for a bit, have some food, have some water, get some stretches in, whatever, please absolutely go do that. Like, otherwise please stay. We love it when you're here. So yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, you're way more clinical. Yeah, exactly. You're more clinical and I'm more research. Neither of us could flourish without each other's work. Exactly. Like the relationship between research and clinical is, or any applied really, is very, very symbiotic. Like there's information from practitioners that feeds back to researchers, and then we use that to design research, and then that research results then go back to the practitioners and they can implement it. Yeah, and my favorite thing personally is when people do both, or when there's like collaborative work going on. It's like the best thing ever. I love doing that. I love collaborative work. Gonna grab some lunch and get some time away from screens. Do it. Go do your self-care. Go do it. I'm a big advocate for raid and run. Go do your self-care. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Hi, Elks. Welcome back. I have one joke and I'm getting as much out of it as I can. Literally me with all of my jokes. I have the same 3 jokes on a repeat, actually. This is what happens. I have to fit everything into my script, you know? It has to fit my script. Okay, so the paper that we've been reading so far, I guess TLDR, is that they're interested in how researchers think about societal impact. So that's basically like researchers do their work, they do their research, and they publish their papers, but then what happens to it after that? You know, does it get cited by other people? Do they build their own research projects off it? And then is it used by like policymakers? Do they use it to change like healthcare policy, or, do they use it to develop technology, stuff like that? So they're kind of looking at how scientists feel, well, not scientists, it's social science and humanities. So they're looking at how researchers feel about that kind of stuff. And they're kind of seeing, does the type of institution that a researcher is at change how they feel about it? And also, do their personal characteristics change anything as well? And what was the other one? Organizational. It was organizational, and it was individual, and it was content. Yes. So the discipline that they're in. So, like, for example, might a psychologist think differently to a sociologist, and might they both think differently to a geographer, for example? So yeah, that's what this paper is about. They're also looking at like the ways that people do their impact work. Where did we get to? We got to here. So we're talking about the sample. So they're doing a survey. It's a 499 German researchers. Basically they've gone and asked some specific universities and some specific people to take part. And yeah, that's where we're at. So I'm going to keep reading now. I'm going to have a quick drink and then we'll keep reading. Okie dokie. Right. So we designed a semi-convenient sample, which means that in principle, any researcher with the link to the survey could participate. However, we personally invited certain researchers so that we could adequately cover the explanatory dimensions. That is the different organizational settings, disciplines, and career stages in Germany. With this in mind, we applied the following distribution strategy. We contacted the faculty heads of 60 German universities and 60 universities of applied sciences. I'm going to butcher this. I'm so sorry. Fachhochschulen? I don't know if I've said that right. I'm sorry if I didn't. In the following, we used the short form applied universities. Good enough. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, and thank you for the posture check, Dragon. Thank you. And thank you for the follow. Grebos, Giorius. Wait, that's actually cut off on my screen. Grebus Glorious Gravelings. Thank you for the follow. That is one heck of a username. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. Hi. Welcome in. Okay. Fachhochschulen. If I say it slightly more confident, does it sound better? I don't know. Anyway. Additionally, we selected the universities and applied universities based on the number of students and chose the 20 largest and 20 smallest, as well as 20 medium-sized ones. Additionally, we contacted the directors of each institute within the biggest German non-university research organizations, and the following shortened to independent institutes. So, for instance, the Max Planck Society, the Leibniz Association, the Helmholtz Association, and the Fraunhofer Gesellschaft. Oh, they're testing me. They're testing me in my introductory German qualification. It's with a strong accent, but it's definitely understandable what you mean. I see. I mean, having a strong accent means that I've lost half of the battle, though, so... We also contacted the German Research Association's graduate schools. Despite these efforts, our sample was not probabilistic, and we assumed a certain self-selection bias due to the topic of the survey. Second, because of the sample consisted of researchers in Germany, the transferability of the results to other research and innovation systems is limited. The distinction between different types of research organizations, that is universities, applied universities, and independent institutes, is important for this study. Independent institutes are characteristic of the German research system. They're typically independent of universities and focus on specific fields of research. Scientists at these institutions are not obligated to teach. These institutes are typically organized within the Max Planck Society, the Helmholtz Association of German Research Centers, the Fraunhofer Society, and the Leibniz Association. Researchers from independent institutes should, in theory, be able to devote more resources to transfer activities than researchers in universities and applied universities, as this latter group has teaching obligations. Applied universities are Germany-specific tertiary education and research institutions. They are rather transfer-orientated and usually specialized in certain fields, so for example, arts or technology or business. Researchers from applied universities typically have the most extensive teaching obligations. However, due to their applied approach, societal impact should presumably play a more central role for researchers at these kinds of institutions. See, my gut instinct is actually the opposite. I feel like if they've got a higher teaching load, then that means that they'll do less outreach. Because that's my understanding, is that one of the biggest barriers that people cite is that they have too much teaching, and that means that they don't have time for outreach. That being said, though, I do know like a fair number of like teaching professionals who also do outreach. So I might be wrong. But this is not saying that they're teachers. It's saying that they're researchers. So are they kind of teaching as outreach? No, I don't think they are. But I'm not 100% sure. When they're talking about societal impact, that kind of implies like not teaching. So it's like not academic activities such as teaching or more research, if that makes sense. So I think probably not, but it would be nice to see the survey to verify it, to be honest. We conducted the online survey from April to June 2020. Participants were invited with an initial email and one reminder, both including a request to distribute the survey among colleagues. Overall, 841 people started the survey, 534 of whom completed it, which was a 63% completion rate. In this paper, we focus on those who stated their primary work location is Germany, leaving us with 499 valid cases to analyse, so 59% of all people that started it. Figure 1 provides an overview of the sample. Our distribution system had the desired effect. Respondents from all disciplines and... Oh, wait, this is a bit too high up. There we go. Respondents from all disciplines and institutions took part. Regarding the socio-demographic characteristics, the genders were equally distributed, with 50% male, 49% female, and 1% other. For ages 18 to 29, there was almost twice as many females as male researchers in the sample, while there were almost twice as many males as females in the 50 to 90 age group. That makes sense. That does make sense, because in social sciences, there tends to be a much larger number of women in who are grad students and early career researchers, and there's a much higher proportion of men that are like established researchers. For the 60 plus group, there are approximately three times more male than female researchers in the sample. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for the follow, Tyrell. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome into the research participation pool. Okay. We excluded others due to the small sample size of 1%. That's okay. However, corresponded roughly to the general gender distribution in German academia. 60% of our participation... I'm speaking too quickly. 60% of our participants worked at universities, 28% at independent institutes, 10% at applied universities, and only 2% at other forms of institutions. Hence, when analysing the organisational dimension, we focused on the largest 3 types of institutions. Furthermore, we found that 34% were PhD candidates, 25% were postdoctoral researchers, 11% were academics without a PhD, 25% were professors, and 5% were others. Regarding the okay, also, I should add some context also. My understanding is that in German academia, there are a lot more postdocs than there are in other places. So basically, for anyone that doesn't know, a postdoc is like a normally temporary research position that you have after you finish your PhD. So it's kind of like a stepping stone into being like a full professor. But at least in the UK and Ireland, they tend to be very, very short term. So you would expect a typical postdoc contract to be 1 to 3 years. And the expectation is that you'll do 1 to 3 of those contracts in a row, and then you will eventually get some kind of assistant professor role. But in Germany, my understanding is that people actually stay as postdocs right up until they become a professor. So they'll be on like a long-term postdoc contract at one place, and they'll stay there. And they also do like teaching and stuff. So it's basically, in terms of job, it's more like being a lecturer or like or an assistant professor. It's more akin to that. But then they eventually at some point aim to become a professor, but it's quite competitive to get onto that professor role. That's my understanding. That's true, but the contracts are limited. Real job security only comes with a chair. Yeah, that's what I've heard too. I've heard it's quite intense. Need to go to sleep soon, but I hope we can connect with you soon. Thank you, Summer Phoenix. Thank you. If you need to go to sleep, please absolutely do. Like, don't harm your well-being, please. It's good to sleep. Sleep is important. Please go sleep. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much. And yeah, I promise I will actually start putting out schedules again so that people can actually see when I'm going to be live for once. Postdoc is someone who got the doctorate by mail. Actually don't, because that could have been me. That could have been me. I've seen people with PhDs who have to apply and reapply for 2-year contracts. Yeah, that's pretty standard. That's pretty standard, to be fair. I've heard that too. With the professorship, you get a chair and basically become a civil servant, like a school teacher or something, but not before that. I see. Okay. I've only met a few German postdocs, and I think the ones that I met did have kind of more... They weren't permanent positions, but they were pretty much guaranteed to be renewed, and they were fairly long term. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I've just like been speaking to weird people with weird jobs. Oh, you sent an email? I need to get back to that. I've got like a really long list of emails that I need to open actually. So thank you for that. I will get back to that as soon as I can. It's on my. I also have. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm still dealing with the message and things backlog from the PhD time. It's really bad. And going on holiday suddenly out of nowhere didn't help. But yes, I will get back to that as soon as I can. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. Okay. So, yes, regarding the disciplinary background, we use the classification of the German Research Association and merged the disciplines into 3 groups. 41% of the respondents were from natural sciences, 35% were from social sciences, and 26% were from the humanities. Oh, okay, so they sampled everybody in the end. Interesting. Okay. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Torgamus. Thank you, thank you. I will have some water. I just forgot how to drink for a second there. I'm not gonna lie. I forgot how to drink. Send help. Okay. Analysis. Let's go. We found very little empirical research that looked at how researchers approach societal impact. Therefore, we concluded actually, wait, before we go on to the analysis, we should look at these. Okay. Oh, this is just bar graphs showing the various breakdown of demographics and stuff. Yeah. Okay. So Research Institute, University of Applied Sciences, University Basic, mostly basic, half, mostly applied. Okay, so as would be expected, University of Applied Sciences, researchers there did more applied research. That adds up. And they did the least at universities. That also adds up. That makes sense to me. Although university was fairly evenly spread. Research Institute was also fairly evenly spread. That's cool. The breakdown by field, it looks like there are the most humanities in universities and the least in research institutes. And then there were the most natural sciences in... Wait, what is this? What is this? I'm confused. Oh, this must be... Okay, this must be a... Okay, yeah, this is just a number. This is not percent. Okay. Yeah, okay, cool. That makes sense. And then age by gender, you can see how the gender imbalance in academia works. That's quite a nice visual representation of it. That's quite funny. And then discipline by gender, humanities is more female, natural sciences is more male, social sciences is slightly more female. Okay, that also makes sense. Those proportions make sense. That is what we would expect to see. So this seems fairly, like, in the scheme of things, it seems fairly representative of what we would expect from these patterns, which is quite nice. Yeah. The airplane drinking problem. I've never seen Airplane, actually. I've never seen Airplane, and I feel like I should... I'm assuming you mean the film. I've never seen it, and I feel like I should probably see it at some point. The very moment I noticed the notification of your streams are incredible and yourself is awesome. Thank you so much. That's thank you, Zarzaz. That's very kind of you. Thank you. I'm trying my best. No, you. Okay, analysis. We found very little empirical research that looked at how researchers approach societal impact. Therefore, we conducted an exploratory analysis and focused on descriptive methods. Most of the results are presented as bivariate distributions that cross-tabulate on the 3 dimensions of our conceptual framework with our research questions. For research question 1, which is the opinions on science communication, we asked respondents about evaluations because these would have practical implications for their working lives. With this particular dependent variable, we calculated a regression model, ordinary least squares, to analyze the multivariate effects in more detail. Some of the questions we analyzed implemented as a 5-point Likert scale from strongly disagree to strongly agree. In general, we considered agreement as the last 2 answer categories of the scale, which is agree and strongly agree, and report on this. Interesting. We get into the results section on a single stream. This is incredible. I'm too powerful at the weekend. I'm too powerful. This is what I'm like when I've had a week off and I go back to reading a paper. I actually read the paper. How far in are we actually in terms of time? I actually don't know. We are 3 hours in. We're 3 hours in exactly, and we are on the results section. Normally, I do a 3-hour stream, and we're still on the introduction. So I think we're doing really well. Airplane the movie. Oh yeah, the film. Okay, yeah. It should be watched. They're coming out with a sequel to The Naked Gun, and it looks like a spiritual sequel to that series, which is why it has looks like it has the same spirit of humor. Yeah, I should watch. There's lots of like classic films that I've just never seen. Like, I've always wanted to like do that thing where you just work through the IMDb top 100, because I've never actually watched most of them actually. 23.86 words per minute. We are doing amazing. Let's go. I'm so proud of that. What is that, like 4 times my normal one? Probably more actually. You can defeat the entire alliance of science. It's so true. I can and I will. Okay. In the research section, we present the results for the 3 research questions alongside the 3 dimensions of the independent variables. So that is the content dimension, the organizational dimension, and the dimension of researchers' individual characteristics. I really like how every time they say about the 3 dimensions, they remind us what the 3 dimensions are. It's a bit repetitive, but it means that I'm actually remembering what they are for the most part, which is quite nice. Because normally, like, people will write it once and then will never, like, you have to keep referring back. Or you have to, like, write a note to yourself as you go through the paper. The fact that they keep reiterating it is actually really helpful, I think. And I advocate for this. I advocate for this. Okay. Research question 1. Opinion. Individual commitment without an institutional mandate. Overall, 89% of the respondents agreed that public engagement is part of scientific activity. That's a lot. That's really good. Okay. 53% agree that societal impact should be given more weight in research evaluations. Only 27% of respondents think that knowledge transfer plays an important role at their institution and that their communication department is reaching relevant stakeholders in society. Okay. So basically, overall, people think that, well, people in this survey thought that, you know, involving the public in science is an important part of doing science. However, they also think that it's not given enough weight in current scientific endeavors, and it very much seems like they're not impressed with how their institutions are supporting it as well. That's quite interesting. And also, to be honest, it doesn't surprise me, but it's interesting. Across all disciplinary groups, the respondents largely agree that public engagement is part of scientific activity. So this was 86% in the natural sciences, 91% in humanities, and 93% in social sciences. Respondents vary in their opinion. Excuse me, it's time to take my medicine. It's time to take my medicine. I apologize. Give me 1 second. As part of my training, military and government students, I've had it drilled into me to tell them what you're going to tell them, and then tell them what you get told them, while giving them active feedback as they apply it. So repeating the acronym is GOOD. That's so, yes, that's so valid. Repetition is like literally established as one of the best ways to make sure that people actually remember what you're saying. So I don't know why we don't use it more in scientific papers. I feel like it's like maybe this is one of those things where, like, if we had training in how to write, then we would use rhetorical devices more in our papers. The mean peak word per minute is 7.05, so 3 times. Let's go. I'm doing so well. I'm so proud of myself. It only passed by for a while, but thanks again for the stream. Because we're not allowed to repeat ourselves too much. Density and word count limits. That's so true, actually. The word count limits are a big part of it. I feel like the word count limit in +1 is fairly relaxed. Sorry for the pill ASMR. Fairly relaxed, so that's probably why they're able to repeat themselves. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us, Psydere. If you need to head out, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate you joining us today. I hope you have a good rest of your day. It's probably a good. I don't know why I just started reading when I've got my pill in my mouth. That's not very good, is it? Not very good. Wait. I also hydrated. 2 in 1. I'm gonna. We're getting another ad. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna run it while I'm like taking my pills and yapping. Sorry. Where are we? What are we doing? Okay. It's probably a good sign that the researchers researching scientific communication are doing good communication. Yeah, it would be nice if that was consistently the case, to be fair. It can't say it always is. At this point, having a word count limit in the world of PDFs is an artifact to a bygone time. I know, right? It doesn't really make sense to me. Like, I would really, for me personally, I would prefer to have like one big paper that just reports everything. But I don't know. Maybe reading dissertations regularly is just too daunting of a prospect, and salami slicing is actually the way forward. I don't even know anymore. I don't even know. Thank you for the follow, Titan Gamer. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome into the research participation pool. I hope you're ready to take part in some research. You just signed the informed consent form. Oh. Psydere medicine time, 3 hours and 3 minutes stream time. Yes, yes. I have to take my medicine. Otherwise, I'll spontaneously combust, which is not good for anybody, is it? It would not be ideal if I spontaneously combust while on stream. It's almost happened once. One time when I was playing House Flipper, the fire alarm went off, and I had to stop the stream, and then I came back. That was an experience. I guess I didn't spontaneously combust in the end, so that's good. But yeah. Why do I keep getting ads for the esport championship? Just because I like video games doesn't mean I'm into esports. I get like computer parts. I think it knows that. I think like the only thing that they've worked out about me is that I'm a streamer, because they keep advertising like computer components to me, and I'm like, wow, look at this computer component. That is indeed a computer component. Thank you for that. I can't afford it. I can't afford this. Why are you showing me this? This is not fair. What is going on? Oh dear. Oh dear. I might be biased because my soybean video script was 26 pages long and the audio is 50 minutes. That is dedication. Goodness gracious. That is so long. I don't think I've ever edited anything that long before. That respect. I would collapse into a ball. I would collapse into a singularity. Get French ads? Do you speak French? Like, is there a reason for that, or is it just random? It's just decided. You're not French, but they've just decided. People keep pouring billions into those targeted ads. I know. The ones that I get are just so silly. They're so silly. They're so irrelevant. And I'm sat there like, you're trying your best. Fair play for trying your best, I guess. You're doing what you can. And bit about certain influences about food misinformation. I mean, that's so valid. That's me with certain psychology influences, to be fair. I feel that a lot. I get a lot of Korean ads. See, that does make sense, though. Could that not just be a coworker Googling stuff on your account or something? Or you Googling stuff your coworker says? At least my ads are in English or Italian, so that's something. I mean, that's a start. France, Estonia. It's only 5 countries off. Oh, I'm Estonian and I don't speak French. You know what? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they've just been like, it's EU. That's therefore French? Question mark. Because I've sometimes, if I'm in the EU, regardless of where I am, sometimes I get German or French adverts too. So I think it might genuinely be that. Yeah. Just EU equals French or German. There couldn't possibly be anything else. Okay. Let's see. What are we doing? We are... I'm a dirty pay to win pleb and have turbo, so no adverts. I've genuinely been considering getting turbo as a business investment. Because do you know the amount of times where I'm like finishing up a stream and I'm like, hey, let's go raid into somebody, and then I open up their stream and I get an ad, and like I can't raid into them until the ad's finished. It's happened so many times. Or like I raid into them and then I instantly get an ad. That happens too. I think that's happened twice. And I'm like, please don't do that. So I think I might actually have to get it as like a justifiable business expense. Can it be at least giving me German? I don't want French in my ears. That's relatable. That's relatable. French is my least favorite of the Romance languages. That's my controversial take. Okay. So, right. Research question 1. Individual commitment without an institutional mandate. Okay. So we got to here. Across all disciplinary groups, the respondents largely agree that public engagement is part of scientific activity. From 89% in the natural sciences, 91% in the humanities, 93% in social sciences. Respondents vary in their opinions on whether a societal impact should be given more weight in research evaluations. Only 40% of respondents from the natural sciences agree, compared to 65% for the social sciences and 58% for the humanities. Applied researchers are more in favour of societal relevance being given greater consideration in evaluations than basic researchers. Only 15% of respondents from the humanities are convinced that their institutional communication departments are reaching relevant stakeholders in society, compared to 30% of natural scientists and 31% of social scientists. This part here, with how much they think that it's important, is very, very funny. Because to me, this basically just reads as like people are in favour of impact being evaluated if it benefits them to have impact evaluated. Because like social sciences and humanities, like generally, if you're just doing like you know, if you're just like the average researcher, then your citations are just going to be okay. But like the much more meaningful things for your research are where they're actually cited, like in policy and stuff like that. Whereas like that's not the case for natural sciences. For natural sciences, the main impact would be like, yeah, technological innovations, patents, stuff like that. So I find that very, very funny. That basically the people who would benefit from impact evaluations the most are the ones who are most in favor of it. That's very funny. France is my least favorite. Average British opinion. Sounds like a business justification. Exactly. Slamming an ad to a raider is bad structure. If they want raiding, there shouldn't be ads. They shouldn't be starting ads for the raid. Yeah, I agree. Twitch really needs to implement some kind of feature where it just doesn't have any ads for 10 minutes after a raid. Like, even if it's showing it for like the people who haven't raided in, it should definitely not be showing it for raiders, because that's just like, that's just a number one way to get people to just disappear. So it's quite rude, really. British English, the most romantic language. Oi, mate! Bottle of water! Yes. Highly romanced language, yes. The adpocalypse has unfortunately hurting small streamers' earnings notably. I've heard this too, but mine hasn't really changed. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I just earn so little in general that I just didn't notice. Yeah, I don't know. I probably just earned so little that I just didn't notice, but I've heard it had a bit of an impact on people that actually, you know, earn a significant amount of money. So, oi, love. I think the majority of English words have Romance origins, but all the most used words are all Germanic. Yes, I've heard that too. Oh. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. Every time I see your name, I struggle. Siri Meow. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really, really appreciate it. Welcome in. You're part of the lab assistants now. Yeah, that was your research contract. Get ready to do some research. You're no longer in the participant pool. Let's go. Hi. Hi. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Number 2 reason to disappear, follower only chat. I agree. That hurts me when that happens. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well, Zalzaz. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, both of you. That's very, very kind of you. Yes, you are also now part of the lab assistants. With that, yes, lab assistants. You have to help me do my research. You don't have to take part in it anymore. You've got out of that, so that's good. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And also, there's a hype train. That's exciting. Cool. Hello. But yeah, where were we? What were we doing? We were. Is it gonna say 0% again on the thing? It makes me laugh when it does that. Yes. Okay. So, researchers at applied universities agree that societal relevance should have more weight in evaluation more often than those at independent institutes and universities. The approval rates are 62%, 49%, and 53%, respectively.
Psydere one
Scam
smug.
train, yo, let's go. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, spooky one as well. 2 months already, let's go. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I can't believe you're on a 2-month lab assistant contract already. Where is the time going? I'm sure you've done so much research in that time, right? Right? You've already got a paper ready, right? And thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Thank you. I hope you're good. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to drink some water actually. I need to drink some water. And then we must keep reading. I'm determined to finish this paper. We're on the results, so we're doing really well. Quack. Yes. Quack.
Hype to be able to subscribe to you, Psydere. You are a truly excellent individual, Psydere.
Thank you so much, Sarsas. Thank you for the 12 bits and thank you for the kind words. I very, very much appreciate it. It's very, very kind. Thank you so much. Okay, let's keep reading. Let's go. Let's go. We can do it. Let's see. Wait, I can't see. Wait, how long's left on the hype train? Okay, there's 3 minutes on the hype train. Let's see if I can get towards the end of... Oh gosh, actually. Yeah, let's see if we can get to research question 2 before the end of the hype train. Let's go. Speed run time. Speed run time. We're going. Okay. Researchers at applied universities agree that societal relevance should have more weight in evaluation more often than those at independent institutes. The approval rates are 62%, 49%, and 53% respectively. Researchers at universities show the lowest agreement to the statement that knowledge transfer plays an important role at their institution. Only 90% approve, compared to 36% at applied universities and 37% at independent institutes. That also doesn't surprise me. The first bit doesn't surprise me about the societal relevance having more weight. Because, you know, applied universities benefit more from it. So it makes sense that they would approve more. The thing about... Oh, gosh. Bobo, what the heck? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. What the heck? Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Let's go! Level 2 hype train. Let's go! Thank you. Stop trying to distract me from my speed reading. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. 5 new lab assistants. Excellent. Okay. So thank you for the 111 bit spooky one. Stop distracting me. We're gonna get there. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it though. What the heck? Okay. So it makes sense that knowledge transfer is more relevant at universities and independent research institutes because those are probably the ones that have the closest links to business, whereas standard universities may not do. And on top of that, often academics at standard universities tend to have slightly anti-capitalistic opinions. So no, don't bully the streamer. I'm going. Ironically, you've extended the time of the hype train though by leveling it up. So I win. Okay. Furthermore, researchers at universities particularly disagree with the statement that their communication departments are able to reach relevant stakeholders in society. Only 15% approve compared to 28% at applied universities and 44% at independent research institutes. That's very, very interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if that's because independent research institutes, again, have just different kinds of links. Like, probably they have different kinds of links with, like, businesses and stuff. But I do also wonder whether it's also partially because, again, academics, at least in my experience, depending on the field, do tend to also have that kind of slightly like anti-business vibe to them, because they're like public service workers and they want to, they want to keep it that way. Thank you, Kobe Belladonna, for the giant late. I'm reading. Okay, so this is a graph. Researchers' opinions on 4 core statements regarding societal impact. The responses are differentiated by how much the researchers consider their work to be basic or applied, and the 3 disciplinary groups. The original question text was, how strongly do the following statements apply to you? We combined the approved answer categories to calculate the approval rates. Okay, so first question was, public engagement is part of scientific activity. That's got pretty broad agreement across the board, to be fair. The second, what's the, okay. Yeah, no, that's over 80% across the board. So most people agree with that. Societal relevance should be taken into account more when research is evaluated. You can indeed see that it does go up. The more people do applied research, the more they think it should be considered in evaluation. Again, makes sense. It's basically benefiting themselves. My communications department at my institution manages to communicate my research to relevant stakeholders in society. That's fairly low across the board. Yeah, it is noticeably lower in the humanities, and I wonder why. I don't know enough about the humanities to be able to like comment on that. No distracting. Thank you for the 111-bit spooky one. What the heck? Stop distracting me. No, I've only got 2 minutes left. Oh, Lord. Okay. And then in my institution, knowledge transfer to society plays an important role. And then this is very low for the basic research people. It gets a bit higher, as people do more applied research. Makes sense. This is not, transfer to society is probably not something that they're as directly involved in for basic research as it is for people who have an applied element. And also seeing the difference between the different categories, it's quite interesting that it's so much lower in the natural sciences compared to the other 2, but maybe that is just because there's less obvious avenues. There's less obvious avenues, and it's more like we let other people go out and do it and develop technology and stuff rather than we go and do it ourselves type of thing. Okay, right. Both male and female researchers regard public engagement as part of scientific activity. However, female researchers agree that societal relevance should be part of the research evaluation more than male researchers, 62% compared to 44%. There are noteworthy differences among academic status groups. 60% of doctoral researchers, but only 42% of postdocs and 47% of professors in our sample agree that societal relevance should have more weight in evaluation. Age does not seem to affect opinions on whether public engagement is part of scientific work. Because of these differences outlined above, we decided to conduct a regression analysis. This confirms the descriptive observations. Humanities scholars and social scientists are significantly more likely to agree that societal relevance should be part of research evaluation compared to natural scientists. No, I didn't do it. Oh no, I was so close. What the heck, though? Level 3 hype train. Thank you so much. What was this? This is the emote that I got. It's kind of threatening. I'm not going to lie. It's kind of threatening. Thank you so much, everybody, for the level 3 hype train. I really appreciate it. I didn't finish the speed run. No. This is so sad. This is so sad. Okay. Where were we, actually? I've just lost the plot. I've lost the plot. Okay, humanities scholars and social scientists are significantly more likely to agree that societal relevance should be part of research evaluation compared to natural scientists. Furthermore, female researchers controlled for discipline, applied researchers, and younger researchers are significantly more likely to favour including social relevance in research evaluation. Okay. To be honest, that is kind of in line with all of the existing literature that I've seen, which is that people kind of have slightly gendered motivations for doing science. A big part of the motivation for women, often, not always obviously, because there's a lot of individual difference too, but women are more likely to say that they're kind of driven by pro-social motives, I guess. So they're more likely to say, I want a career in science because I want to do research that helps people, I want to do research that makes society a bit better. Whereas men are slightly more likely to say, I want a career in research because it benefits my career. And also because it's, status. and just curiosity and just pursuing my own agency and stuff like that. So there are kind of gendered motivations for why people pursue different scientific careers. And that's kind of reflected in this, I think. Yeah. This shows that researchers are generally in favor of societal impact in regard public engagement as part of scientific activity. Fewer researchers, but still many, agree that societal impact should have more weight in research evaluations. However, this assessment differs depending on the researcher's discipline, their applied or basic research focus, their gender, their age, and their age. It is noteworthy that researchers, especially at universities, do not think that knowledge transfer plays an important role at their institution and that institutional communication departments are reaching relevant societal stakeholders. From this, we infer that societal impact is understood as an individual task for which there is no institutional mandate. That is a pretty... I think that's a bit of a leap to infer, to be honest. So they think that the institution, it doesn't play a big role at the institution, but it does play a big role in in science or in their research generally. And that the communications departments aren't reaching the right people. I don't know if that says that there's no institutional mandate. That kind of more says that, like, the researchers are disconnected from whatever communications work the university is doing. So I'm not sure about that, but you know, yeah. I did electronics to avoid people, which I tell my boss when I get nagged at for disrespecting the customers. That's so valid. That's so valid. I need to drink some water. Hang on. I assume status could apply to both genders since status is often notably important. Yeah, I mean, all of those things, like people regardless of their gender can be motivated by any of them. It's just that there is a very, very slight trend for women to be, like, women are slightly more likely, like, if you ask them, why are you doing your research? Women are more likely to say, like, it's because I want to make the world better than men are. But like, it's really, really small. It's a really small difference. And then it's the same with status. Like, men are slightly more likely than women to say that it's because of status. But like, those could also be down to, like, you know, disciplinary differences. It could be down to cultural differences in the departments. It could be down to just like prioritizing slightly different things. Again, like, people are given social roles and they have to fit them. So it might just be responding in a way that matches what they think they're expected to say. So yeah. You know, oftentimes, like, women will not actually admit to wanting status in some way because they get quite badly told off for it. Whereas, like, men, if they admit, in the sense that, like, how can I explain this? Like, women, sometimes if a woman is like, I am doing something because I want to improve my status, like, I want to be at the top of my field, I want my career to progress, sometimes she will experience a bit of like resistance from people, because it's not like the kind of traditional feminine thing to do. The feminine thing is to help other people. It's not to like prioritize yourself and have agency. Yeah, kind of similar to prestige, exactly. It's the same as not wanting to admit it's for prestige. It's exactly the same thing. That's what I meant by status, to be fair. I should have clarified that. But then, like, for men, the same thing can kind of happen. Like, they want to do something because it helps other people, but then sometimes people will be like, well, it's not manly. That's not a manly reason to do it. So sometimes people will kind of feel pressured to respond in certain ways because of those social influences around them. In reality, I think that, you know, most scientists I've spoken to, it's a bit of both, like, and more. Obviously, there's other stuff too, but like, most scientists I've spoken to, regardless of their gender, care about doing research that makes an impact on the world, and also care about like furthering their career. Like, but it's not mutually exclusive. It can be both, you know. So I think that the gendered skew is probably more just like people fitting into how they think they're meant to respond. Like, it's a social desirability type of thing, I think. I might be wrong, but yeah, that's my assessment of it based on the literature I've read. For the angry little Korean woman, science is motivated by spite. That's so valid. We are the same. We are one and the same. My sole motivation for getting my papers published is so that I can send it to my teachers who were like, you're never going to pass your GCSEs. That's literally the reason. Yeah. Something men are forced to seek status. If they don't seek status, they're called unmanly. Yeah, sometimes they are. I think, to be fair, I think it's becoming a lot less common, but that's like the kind of traditional gender roles, right? Is that the woman is nurturing and looks after the family and stuff like that, at least in the West. And that the man is like the provider, and he has to be like strong and has to go out and work really, really hard and pursue his career and stuff. Yeah, that's like the kind of like stereotypes, and they are like Western stereotypes, and they're becoming a lot less prevalent, to be fair. I personally have not really felt I did when I was younger. I did experience a bit of like weirdness about like, you know, going into science, but like as I've got older, like I've basically had nothing since I've been a master's student onwards. I've had literally nothing. So yeah, I think it's going away. I might also just be surrounded by very nice people though, and also like Ireland in general is quite good, to be honest, in terms of just everything in that regard. So yeah, let it flow. Oh dear. Okay. Right. I must drink some more. I'm sorry. It's so warm today. Okay. Let's go. Okay. Research question 2. Goals. Disciplines define societal goals. Overall, researchers' most important societal goal is to contribute to education, followed by stimulating public discourse. Equal proportions of respondents, 37% each, regard contributing to informed political decision-making and to the physical and mental well-being of the population as a societal goal associated with their work. Given the choice of the 13 societal goals identified in the qualitative coding exercise, less than 10% of respondents selected contributing to national and or international security and creating an entertainment offering. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Entertainment offering. We hence excluded these in reporting. That's so sad. That's so sad that the entertainment offering is gone. That actually makes me sad, because that's like, if I had to select like reasons in like that for streaming, like entertainment is one of them, because people learn through entertainment. Like it's both education and entertainment. So it's quite sad that people don't consider that. Oh well. Figure 3 provides an overview of the societal goals of the respondents that we could choose from by disciplinary group. Let's have a look at that. Oh goodness, that's a graph. There you go. Can you see that now? Research goals by disciplinary groups. The radar chart illustrates which goals researchers from our 3 disciplinary groups pursue when communicating with non-scientific audiences. The numbers are based on the question, which social effects do you most likely want to achieve with your research? With my research, I would like to... The original question contained 2 more options: contribute to national and or international security and create an entertainment offering, but these were chosen by less than 10% of the respondents and were therefore excluded. Yes. Okay. Lasting legacy of societal norms, cultural norms are important to factor into. Yeah, exactly. Infotainment really reaches the normies. It does, right? It does. Remember, edutainment is entertainment first of all, people. It needs to be both simultaneously. Yes. It needs to be entertaining, otherwise people won't pay attention at the end of the day. So, yeah. Yeah. But it does reach like a lot of people. It can reach a lot of people.
I'm such a normie.
Thank you for the resub, Torgamus. Thank you so much. 2 months already. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Welcome back into the research assistants. Let's go. It's okay. I would also probably be labeled as a normie. We're all normies, and we're also all not normies, frankly. There is no way to like, there is no topology for topology. That's not the right word. Or is it actually? I can't remember. Typology. There we go. There is no typology for there is no typology for classifying normie versus non-normie. This is good. And thank you for the follow, Skyrish Bear. Welcome in. Welcome into the research participation pool. 23.8 words per minute. Oh no. Oh no. We need to get it up again. But we need to talk about the radar chart. So we're at a crossroads. Let me actually zoom in a bit more saying that, because I think, yeah, there we go. That's a bit. Where's the best place that I can put this? Like that. I think that will have to do. Okay. I was molded by Schoolhouse Rocks, the reading Rainbow, Sesame Street, and the like as a kid. I'm trying to think what I used to watch. I don't know off the top of my head. My favorite thing was Brainiac, but that was like stupid. It was just stupid. It was entertainment dressed up as being science. It wasn't science at all, to be honest. And also Robot Wars, actually. I'm trying to think if there was anything I watched that was actually edutainment. I'm trying to think, and I don't know if there was. I got nothing. I wonder what the specific manifold topology for the normie weirdo classification gradient. Please, somebody needs to make this. I don't have enough math skills to do this. Please, someone else do it. Robot Wars was fun. I was a big Robot Wars enjoyer. Okay, so the biggest reasons for humanities people, humanities researchers, was to simulate public discourse.
Psydere, being in PhD Haver is around 3%, so in PhD Haver sorter can't be normie. You must be exceptional in some way to achieve in PhD.
Being a PhD haver is around 3. Sorry, I can't. I just realised I can't hear it. I can't hear it very well. I can't hear Sean, our beloved. But yeah, thank you for the 12 bits, Zara. Thank you. Being a PhD haver is around 3%, so a PhD haver sort of can't be a normie. You must be exceptional in some way to achieve the PhD. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think the only way that I would be exceptional in any way would just be like stubbornness. I'm probably just like, yeah, top 10% stubbornness. Because it really was persistence more than anything else. Yeah, everybody's probably top 3% of something. Exactly. There's so many dimensions that you can measure. But yeah, I think that, well, I know for a fact that like my, I had to have an IQ evaluation once as part of my autism assessment, and also as part of like training for a neuropsychologist. They had to do it on me. And I can say for certain that I am relatively average. I am relatively average. So yeah, top 3% Rin Penrose sound alikes. Exactly. So I think it's just that I'm stubborn. Genuinely, I think it's just that I'm stubborn. Persistent hunters still get the gazelle in the end. This is very true. Relatively average, yeah. I think I can't remember what the bands are. I'm not a genius, let's put it that way. I'm above the midpoint, but I'm not a genius. Yeah, like probably about where you would expect somebody with a PhD in psychology to be. Like, you know, it's fine. I'm okay. Yeah. Relative to other smart people. No, in general, because IQ's like normed to the whole population. So I can say like I'm okay, but I'm not like a genius, you know? Yes, yeah, neurodivergent people do have spiky cognition profiles. Yeah, exactly. A radar plot that perfectly illustrates what's meant by a spiky cognition profile, except obviously this isn't a cognition profile, but you know, they look like this. They're all over the place. They're like down for some things and at the top for other things. I'm very bad at verbal fluency, as you can probably tell. I can yap a lot, but I say a lot of nothing, and I struggle with words. I get the words mixed up. I kind of swap them out. I can't pronounce them properly. This has now happened many times. I've already forgotten the word for inhabit. That one. Yeah, I'm quite low. I'm quite low on that. But I have very high working memory for digits, apparently. Yeah. Weirdly specific. I'm in like the top 5% of the population working memory for digits, but I never use it because I'm lazy. So yeah, probably could have been some kind of like actual, you know, natural scientist or something with those kind of numbers. But you know, it is. My school was like, don't go into computer science. You're not the right person to go into it. So I did psychology instead. Yeah. Every British person is in the top 3% most British people on earth. That's very true. That is very, very true. The test failed to capture how exceptional you are. It definitely didn't. It captured across the board how weird I am. I am exceptional in a number of ways, and some of them are in bad ways. Some of them are in bad ways. I know quite a few genius people, and they run the gambit of career paths to unemployed, to lawyer, to office worker. Yeah, same here. A lot of the people that I know that are like really, really, really smart, like some of them are just like, they're like out there, like they are like top scientists. Like they power through so much. They are really, really good at what they do. And I know other people who have genius level IQs who are like basically just hikikomori. Like I know two different people like that. So yeah, they just don't leave the house. They just watch anime all the time. My psychiatrist had a radar graph for me with my ADHD diagnosis. Yeah, so it probably looks something like this, right? It's like kind of some things like really, really high and some things are like really, really low. And that's a lot more common for neurodivergent people. Neurotypical people, it would be kind of like around the same place for pretty much everything. Yeah. Hi, Deborah. Hi. Welcome in. Thank you for lurking. Someone brought me, someone raided in here and brought me along. It would have been Horatius, I think, based on your, maybe, or I don't know. It could have been Horatius, potentially. Chemistry is the best science. I very, very, very strongly disagree. I struggled. I almost accidentally, like, you know, chlorine gassed my entire lab once when I was doing chemistry. So we don't talk about chemistry in this house. You're not the right kind of person. Yeah, that was basically what they said, Doc Rect. I'm not going to lie. That was pretty much what the careers advisor told me. So, yeah. Yeah, could have cured cancer, but alas, so true. I could have single-handedly developed AGI, but I chose not to because of one teacher that was like, you're not allowed to do this A-level. So, yeah. My friend just finished his master's in civil engineering and isn't using it. I mean, that's fair enough. Loads of people do degrees and stuff that they don't end up using. At the end of the day, like, a degree teaches you skills. Even if you don't use the knowledge, you're still going to be using the skills in various things, right? I got tested, but I've never seen the graph. I was just told that I am apparently gifted. Okay. I think that happens to a lot of people, to be fair. I think that happens to a lot of people. Chemistry is the most mid-science. Look, all sciences are valid. Let's not start any arguments here, okay? Let's not start any arguments. Okay, right, so we're going to look at this graph now. So, okay, humanities. Humanities are very, very, very focused on stimulating public discourse, preserving cultural heritage, and contributing to education. In fact, everybody cares about contributing to education. That makes sense. People work in universities. They've got a lot of education themselves. That adds up. It adds up. Okay? But the preserving cultural heritage and stimulating public discourse being important to humanities people also generally makes sense because that's kind of like what they research. Adds up. Okay. Social sciences care about stimulating public discourse, contributing to informed political decision-making, supporting legislative decision-making, strengthening disadvantaged groups, and improving working conditions in organizations, and contributing to the well-being of the population. Again, makes sense. This is basically just matching up with the things that people research, right? Like that is basically what social scientists do as a job. So it makes sense that they care about it. And the natural scientists care about contributing to well-being of the population, protecting the environment and biodiversity, contributing to economic growth, and driving technical innovations. Again, completely makes sense. That is what they research. This is basically just telling us that people care about impact, which matches up with the thing that they research, which is valid. That's still useful information. But it's fairly obvious. It's nice that the data's there that says that, though. I think that's quite nice. Technically, a person might operate on a tier that other people don't understand, so they might be pushed out of academia. Yeah, that does happen. There's been quite a few opinion pieces, like kind of like critical theory type of pieces about exactly that, like how different people are forced out of academia because they don't fit into the structures of it. The fact I know Dexter because of a former toxicology student makes me want to fight that. The fact that I can't retain chemistry information, on the other hand, makes me want to shut up. Oh, that's so valid. I've never seen Dexter. Should I have seen it? I love chemistry. It's math with actual applications. I can't. I'm sorry. I liked algebra. I liked algebra, but I think it was just the way that I was taught it at school. Basically, it was out of all of the subjects I did, chemistry felt the most like it felt the most like just regurgitation. It felt the most just like you have to memorize this and just regurgitate it in the exam. And like I can't do that. That's not how my brain works. So yeah. Yeah, I just couldn't do it. You're gonna head out now? No problem, Dare Brain. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I don't like physical chemistry. I like organic chemistry. That was the thing that I struggled with the most. I'm sorry. I couldn't do it. It was just too much memorization and I couldn't do it. Okay. So, back to the paper. It is striking that the disciplinary groups have quite different impact profiles. Scholars from the humanities tend to have culture and discourse-orientated goals. Social scientists have discourse, social justice, and policy-orientated goals. And natural scientists have technology, health, and environment-orientated goals. Making a contribution to education is by far the most common impact goal across all disciplines. For humanities scholars and social scientists, simulating and supporting public discourse is among the top societal goals. Furthermore, 62% of humanities scholars consider preserving cultural heritage a goal of their activities. 54% of social scientists consider strengthening the position of disadvantaged group to be an impact goal. The main goal for natural scientists is to drive technical innovation, followed by making a contribution to education and contributing to physical and mental well-being of the population. I'm assuming that, like, biological sciences were included in natural sciences here. The difference between applied and basic researchers in terms of their societal goals are negligible. So yeah, so it seems like this is very much disciplinary orientated rather than basic versus applied research. When looking at the different types of organizations, it's noticeable that researchers from applied universities are most economically orientated. 41% of the researchers from universities at applied sciences indicate that they want to contribute to economic value creation. 19% at non-university institutions and 17% at universities. That's really, really interesting. I wonder if that's because they get less research funding, so they have to find alternative routes of funding. Or maybe because they do more work alongside companies. That's really, really interesting. For things like this, they tend to group biosciences into natural. So yeah, it's like how botany gets grouped into biology. Okay, cool. I thought so, because that like well-being of the population, that like really stood out to me as being very obviously like bio-orientated. Okay, in contrast, researchers from independent institutes are the most policy-orientated ones. 54% of researchers from independent institutes aim to contribute to political decision-making. 31% at universities and 37% at applied universities. That also doesn't entirely surprise me, based on what I know about those kinds of independent institutes. Yeah. Is it possible that they view as their favourite science field could depend on whether they prefer theoretical science or practical science? I have no idea what the causal direction would be. It could be that if they have a preference for theoretical, or if they have a preference for basic or applied, then that could affect their preference for field, or it could be that field affects their preference for theoretical or applied. But like realistically, every field has an applied element and a basic element. So yeah. I'm not... I think it would probably have more of an influence in regards to topics. But again, we can't... There's no information about causality going on, so I have no idea. Okay. Young researchers, age group 18 to 29, mostly PhD students, reported less often that they aim to contribute to public discourse. 37% in comparison to 65% for 30 to 39-year-olds. Or political decision-making. 21% in comparison to 48... for 40 to 49-year-olds. When it comes to gender, Male researchers are more inclined to pursue goals that are also related to their disciplines and vice versa. For example, technical innovation is a goal for 43% of male researchers and for 20% of female researchers. Female researchers are more interested in supporting minorities than male researchers. That also doesn't surprise me. The academic status of the respondent did not have any noteworthy effects on their goals. What I'm hearing again and again and again is that it seems like people are inclined to support what matches up with what benefits them. I'm not gonna lie. Like, well, there obviously are, like, that's not the whole story, but that does seem to be like the general trend between like a baseline and a higher agreement. It's just like, does it benefit me? Does it benefit my field? Does it benefit my research? So it would be really interesting to see what the cognitive mechanisms underlying these kind of decisions are, but I don't know how you would research that off the top of my head. From this, we conclude that societal goals are best explained by the disciplinary backgrounds of the researchers. While natural scientists choose goals in spheres of environment and health, as well as innovation and economic value creation, social scientists' goals centre more on civic duty and social justice, as well as politics and public discourse. Humanities scholars are also choose discourse-orientated goals and focus on societal goals in the cultural sphere. Despite the differences in the definitions of societal goals, it's noteworthy that making a contribution to education ranks among the top 3 goals for every disciplinary group. It's also evident that researchers from applied universities tend to be more economically orientated, while researchers from independent institutes tend to be more policy orientated. Yeah. The enlightened self-interest model. How good is this? Gets weighted heavier if the good impacts them directly. Exactly. It does feel like that a little bit. It does feel like that a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if they bring this up in the discussion, because I'm seeing this as a very consistent pattern, to be honest. Yeah. Water time. Delicious. My throat is starting to hurt. I haven't done a 4-hour stream in a while where I've just been yapping the whole time. I haven't done that in a while. But we're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. Okay. Hydrate, thank you. I will hydrate again. I should make a cup of tea or something at some point. Okay. Delicious. Delicious water. Okay. Research question 3, formats. University researchers are the least active. Ooh, okay. The only transfer format more than half of the respondents had used in the past were events. So, for example, including public lectures, exhibitions, expert panel discussions. Expert panel discussions. I feel like that would just include conferences, though. If they didn't differentiate between expert panel discussions in terms of talking about stuff for the public and talking about stuff at a conference, then that could very well have inflated the numbers. Okay. The second most used communication format is public relations. So, for example, comment pieces in newspapers or interviews. 45% of respondents have used this in the past. This is followed by educational offerings in schools and for civil society. Social media communication, 38%. Let's go. Advisory formats, 33%. And collaborations with non-scientific partners, 33%. It's evident that humanities scholars especially use social media to communicate about their research. 55% of humanities scholars approve of such methods compared to 33% of natural scientists and 38% of social scientists. Social scientists have the most experience with advisory formats. 50% of them have done it compared to 28% of humanities scholars and 24% of natural scientists. Comparing applied and basic researchers, we noted that basic researchers hardly ever offer advisory formats, 14% for basic versus 47% for applied, or collaborations, 17% for basic versus 39% for applied. Interesting. So what I'm hearing from this is that aside from the fact that humanities scholars are more approving of social media, that in itself doesn't entirely surprise me, because I think that in certain areas of humanities, your social media outputs can actually be classified as a research output, or like as some kind of output. Because I know somebody who who is like in a humanities field where their social media output is very, very explicitly considered to be part of their research outputs, which is really, really interesting. So that might be partially that, but also like just putting out like kind of, say for example, putting out like let's say like Instagram, for example. If somebody's putting out short videos or infographics on Instagram, then that's probably like, it's more, I think it's just more likely that humanities people might have the skills to do that. I don't know if that makes any sense, but like if somebody has a better, like humanities is kind of like encapsulates I'm gonna check quickly what they define as humanities, actually. Right. Because it varies. Sometimes it includes arts and sometimes it doesn't. Humanities would be like literature, history, philosophy, art history, languages, linguistics, religion, theology, music, theatre, and dance. Okay, yeah, okay. So that's what I thought. So I think that humanities people would probably just generally have more skills in this area because they're used to writing a wider range of stuff. They're used to creating stuff more. Whereas like it's not as actively encouraged in social sciences and especially not in natural sciences. So it kind of makes sense that they would be more open to using social media. Because say, for example, if they're like, I'm going to use this as an example because I've seen it, okay? Like I know somebody who part of their research outputs is to create zines, okay? So they create like small self-made magazines about their research and they classify that as a research output in the humanities, in the humanities field that they're in, okay? But then like they then like share their zines on Instagram. So they have like this pipeline of like, they do research, they make a zine about their research, and then they share it on Instagram to widen the reach of it. But also just because it's a place where they share it, it's also part of their research process. It's like a kind of like auto-ethnographic type of thing. So it makes sense that more humanities scholars would approve of social media. Just purely based on that. Just purely based on the fact that it's a bit more integrated into their research process. The thing that I find really interesting is also the difference between applied and basic. Like, to me, it seems really obvious that like applied researchers would do more collaborations with like nonprofits and with businesses, for example, because like that's literally their work. They literally go out and do that. Whereas basic researchers are more likely to just kind of like focus on what they do in the lab. Maybe they will do a collaboration with another R&D group that's doing, you know, basic research as well. So again, I feel like this is just kind of aligning with like research topic norms, if that makes sense. This is not particularly surprising, but it's cool that they've captured it in data. Let's see. Researchers from applied universities are the primary users of advisory... I can't speak. Researchers from applied universities are the primary users of advisory formats. 57% of researchers in applied universities have used advisory formats, compared to 40% of researchers at independent institutes and only 26% of researchers at universities. Only 28% of researchers at universities have used collaboration formats, compared to 53% of researchers from applied universities and 35% of researchers from independent institutes. As Table 2 shows, university researchers have remarkably low scores on every communication format. Again, this doesn't entirely surprise me just because of what the work looks like, because they have to do teaching, right? And the research that they do, like there's a strong chance that they might do basic research. Even if they don't do basic research, often their work will be collaborating with other university academics. But on top of that, they're not just researching, they're also teaching. And that's a very, very big part of the work that they do. So that doesn't surprise me at all. Yeah. Could bots in social media artificially skew the data in ways that they don't realize in humanities? Absolutely, yes. But normally they have like ways to account for that. So yeah, there's either they'll look for patterns in the data and they'll try and work out who is a bot, or they will just reflect on it as part of their process, reflect on it as part of their research process. To be fair, like bots are a problem in psychology as well, because we get a lot of like bots doing surveys, especially if our research is like a survey where we offer some kind of compensation at the end, like we offer them money for taking part or like a raffle for a voucher or something. That kind of thing can like really, really seriously like skew the data, and you need to know how to filter them out. But you normally can. It's normally they follow patterns that you can filter out. So yeah. Okay. So what did the independent institutes did the most events? The applied universities did the most events also. Everybody did the most events. Okay, after that, independent institutes did a lot of public relations, so TV, interviews, appearing in programs on TV, comments on newspaper, and then also social media. They did podcasts and Twitter. And then universities, they did more events and they did more educational offerings, such as in schools. And then applied universities did educational offerings in schools and advisory formats. So reports for politicians, public administration, and companies and NGOs. Cool. Oh, and also, public relations too. And also collaboration with non-scientific partners. The people at the applied universities are just doing all of it. They're carrying it. 25 words per minute, let's go. Let's go. Pelmania talked about bots in their work on social media. It impacts the deals with sponsors. So they had tools and metrics to go, this is how many bots there are. That's so interesting. I never would have thought about that. I'm thinking the academics probably could have these tools as well. I feel like we should, because so basically the way that I've always done it, cause I had a survey once that was really heavily botted. I had like 1,500 responses to it, and out of that only about 300 were actual people in the end. But the things that give it away for me are like, first of all, I always put like some kind of open text question in there. So like it will be like a text box that they can write into, and normally a bot will just copy and paste stuff in there. So if it's marked as like required, it will basically just copy and paste like the metadata from the survey into the text box. So that's a really obvious giveaway. Other times, you can see patterns in the way that the bot is responding. So it will be like randomized responses. It will like literally respond in ways that don't make any sense. I always have attention checks in there as well, which will be like, if you're paying attention, choose strongly disagree on this question. And I'll have that like 3 or 4 times through the survey. And then if people fail 2 or more of them, then they get filtered out. Yeah. Because like some people just can't read. So 50% is good enough, you know? But yeah, there's papers coming out that are specifically looking at like ways to detect bots in surveys and how to like account for them and stuff. So I think this is going to be, you know, like it's already pretty well researched for people that do surveys as a job. Yeah, we should probably, I wonder if that'd be interesting to read at some point as one of those papers, actually. That might be fun to read at some point. Like a methodology paper about what to do if your survey gets botted. Okay. Concerning researchers' individual characteristics, the analysis shows that social media platforms are used more by younger scientists. Less surprisingly, the older a researcher is, the more likely it is that he or she has ever used a format. Regarding gender differences, more male than female researchers have used advisory formats. 43% of male researchers have done so compared to 24% of female researchers. I mean, to be fair, just given the gender imbalance in terms of like seniority, that also makes sense as a pattern. To conclude, we find that researchers use a variety of formats to communicate results. There are, however, some interesting differences in usage. Humanities scholars particularly tend to communicate their research via social media. Social scientists are most experienced when it comes to advisory formats, and researchers from applied universities are especially likely to have used advisory and collaboration formats. Younger researchers use social media to communicate about their research more than older researchers, and male researchers particularly tend to use advisory formats. In general, it's noteworthy that university researchers are the least active group for almost any of the formats. Yeah, they commented about patterns, types of commenting, and filters and filters the profiles. When profiles are scanned to see if they are mass-produced, apparently there's a way to make a fake account to comment in the comment section. Yes, there absolutely is. I've seen that before. Even on mine, I've seen like bot comments appearing, and I just remove them. Yeah, but yeah, there are all sorts of like metric boosting things that people can do. I've seen cases even on Twitch where like I'm like watching a stream and they have like 200 people, and then like 200 people as viewers, and then they raid out and it's a 5-person raid. And that's another warning sign on Twitch that it's like bot viewers, because like if they can't raid out, then a lot of the time that means that it's like an embedded viewer, like the stream has been embedded on some kind of website, and that means that the raid won't follow. It's just that person's stream. They will never follow with the raid. So yeah. Yeah. An AI agent could be considered highly advanced bot, so AI agents could be far more difficult to detect and filter out. Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of the things that's actually quite worrying, to be honest. There was actually a paper, I think, at one point. I remember seeing this. I can't remember if it was like a April Fool's Day paper, though. I hope it was. But basically, it was like a paper about some researchers had made an AI agent that would complete your survey for you. So you as a researcher can hire this company to use their AI to complete your survey. So they will just feed the AI the survey, and then you can use that as data. And rightfully, everyone was like, well, that's not really that's not really like human data anymore, is it? Like that's just advanced simulated data. We can't do anything with that because it's using a lot of the same assumptions in a way. Yeah, that was quite funny. I hope it was I hope it was an April Fool's Day joke, because otherwise, yikes. Doing research is overrated. I want AI to do my research instead. Finally caught back up on the points. Let's go. Let's go. You know, I can actually just reimburse you some of those, actually. I can reimburse them, but maybe I won't. Maybe I will be cruel. Maybe I will be cruel. Oh, dear. Okay, I need some water. There's an ad running again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize for the ad. Posture check. Thank you. Thank you, young. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sat up straight. Look at this, though. We've got to the end of the results. This is very... Not again. Not again! No! Okay, I'm chugging. I'm chugging. I'm drinking. I'm hydrating. I have indeed hydrated. Thank you. Is it coming across in the microphone that my voice has got a bit gravelly? I don't know if that's coming across. I can't tell. Obviously I can't tell. I can't hear it. But it feels to me like my voice has become a little bit gravelly. I'm not used to talking this much. A little? Doesn't seem like it? Okay. That means that if it is, then it's not obvious. So that's good. You're starting to impersonate Rin a bit. Oh god. Oh god. We're at the point of the stream where I become Rin Penrose. Brilliant. Oh dear. It would have been a gradual shift, so any change would be smoothed over. Yeah, that's true. If it's a slow change, then you can't really tell. Thank you for the posture check. I'm sat up straight. I'm sat up straight like a true lady. I'm a lady. I'm doing the posture of a lady. A well. Well, I'm trying to. I know I've got no words. I apologize. I can't do it. My brain stopped functioning. My brain stopped functioning. Oh dear. My brain is not working anymore. I apologize. The ad is just like the ad is doing the thing, and I'm just stalling so that I can get to the discussion section. Wait, actually, wait. I want to test something. We're going to test something right now. We're going to test something. First of all, can you hear background noises? Can you hear my background noises? First of all, can you hear my background noises? Second of all, where am I? There I am. Goodbye. No, okay. That's good. That means my background noise thingy is working. Can you still hear me? If I'm going this way, can you still hear me? Can you still hear me? Am I loud enough that you can hear me? I'm getting water. Where is the streamer? Where is she gone? How far away am I? We can hear? Amazing. It works. It works. This is so exciting. I was saying, can you hear me? I was literally away from my PC. I couldn't see what you were saying. Quack. I agree. That's so fun. That means that I can shout at you all from across the room if I ever want to. This is very fun. I've unlocked a new power. You can't stop me. Oh, dearie dear. Audible. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. I definitely will not be using this to for evil at some point. Okay, looks like the ad's done. Very good. Okay. So, what have we learned? So far we have learned that everybody is just agreeing with the things that benefits their research or matches up with what they're already doing. So, let's see what the authors...
My beans!
Beans. I agree. Let's see what the authors say. Also, hi, Skeletones. Hi. I'm unsure if I'm going mad, but I swear the autism tag keeps moving to the top row, and when I look, it jumps back down to the second row. That's the autism is too powerful. It's too powerful. It has its mind of its own. Yeah. It's too powerful. Okay. Discussion and conclusions. We are concluding and we are discussing. This is very exciting. Okay. We're doing it. Okay. Societal impact, and hence what academic research offers the economy, society, culture, public administration, health, environment, and overall quality of life, is gaining an importance in scientific governance. Likewise, the topic is on the top of the agenda of prominent policymakers and research organizations in Germany, where our study took place. If science is to be assessed based on its contribution to society, the conditions under which social impact arises should be clear. The article contributes to this discourse by addressing the researchers' perspectives on societal impact, that is, their opinions on societal impact, the societal goals they associate with their research, and the formats that they use to engage with society. For this reason, we conducted a survey among 499 researchers in Germany from April to June 2020. Hi, Potter. Welcome back. Only 1,000 words left. Let's go. Yeah, we're really far through. We're almost going to read the whole paper in one go. This might be the way that we do science papers from now on because it's working. Success. So the TLDR of what you missed, Potter, is basically actually just there is a sentence here that summarizes it quite nicely. Researchers use a variety of formats to communicate their results. There are some differences in usage. Humanities scholars are particularly tend to communicate their research via social media. Social scientists are most experienced when it comes to advisory formats. I don't know why I'm reading this again, actually. Basically, TLDR, different researchers in different fields like to do different things. And it tends to match up with what they're already doing. So, for example, social scientists care a lot about informing policy, which their work also generally tends to do because it's social science. Humanities really like events, and they really like social media, which makes sense because their work is about writing often, or drama, or art. So it makes sense that they would share it on social media. And then natural scientists, I forgot what they like. They like technology innovation. They like improving the well-being of the population, which makes sense because, again, some of them are biologists and some of them, work in computer science and stuff like that. So it all adds up, basically. People have preferences for the things they're already doing. That's the TLDR. But overall, they're quite positive towards social impact, but especially the people that would most benefit from the social impact are very favorable towards it. Yes. And then, that's the TLDR, basically. Sounds self-explanatory, and now we apparently have it on paper. Exactly. It's very self-explanatory. It's wonderful. It's one of those papers that's very straightforward, Very straightforward. Just does what it says on the tin. We love that. I'm going to have some water, and then we will keep reading. Where did we get to? We got to... Yes, we finished the first paragraph. Okay. Regarding researchers' opinions, it is remarkable that majority of researchers, which is 89%, consider societal engagement to be part of scientific activity. More than half of these researchers agree, 53%, agree that societal impact should be given more weight in evaluations. Even though the majority of researchers regard public engagement as part of scientific work, they are not equally positive about whether societal impact should have more weight in evaluations. One reason for this discrepancy may be that researchers fear their evaluations will lead to additional work, or that they will not adequately record their transfer activities. In addition, it's striking that only 27% of respondents assume that knowledge transfer plays an important role at their institution. Also, 27% believe that the institutional communication department is managing to reach relevant stakeholders in society. Yeah, so basically, like, they think it's important, but they also don't think that it's being done enough at their university, basically. Like, they what they concluded was that maybe people don't think that there's enough institutional support, which kind of makes sense. Humanities scholars and university researchers particularly doubt that the communications departments are reaching relevant societal stakeholders. So that was 15% each. This mirrors previous findings suggesting certain decoupling between central transfer infrastructures and researchers, and leads us to hypothesize that there is a certain mismatch between individual and institutional commitment. Yeah, it's been pretty good. We've been powering through it. Thank you. I've been doing good. Doing a good job staying on topic. Regarding the societal goals that researchers associate with their work, it is noteworthy that contributing to education is by far the most important goal, picked by 69% of the respondents across all groups, followed by stimulating public discourse and contributing to informed political decision-making. However, it is apparent that societal goals are subject to disciplinary considerations. We show that scholars from the humanities have culture and discourse-orientated goals, social scientists have discourse policy and social justice-orientated goals, and natural scientists have innovation and health-related goals, and also environment. They cared a lot about the environment too. This supports many theoretical reflections about the epistemic conditions for societal impact and the differing roles that disciplines occupy in society. We also find that young researchers, aged 18 to 29, are less keen on stimulating public discourse than older ones, 37% in comparison to 65% for 30 to 39-year-old researchers, or informing political decision-making, 21% for young researchers compared to 48% of 40 to 49-year-old researchers. This can likely be explained by the experience that older researchers have acquired, which might make them especially well-placed to influence public and political decision-making. Yeah, it could be a confidence thing, potentially. Could be a confidence thing, could be a skills thing. Also, but to be fair, generally, when you look at like voting, voting behaviors generally, 18 to 29-year-olds are the least likely to vote out of all age groups. So it could also be just reflecting a kind of general political disengagement, possibly. It might be wrong, but yeah, let's go. Could just reflect things generally. Who knows? I know nothing. I'm just a silly little talking cartoon character. As far as sorry, I was saying let's go because I got distracted by being the 5th fastest, and I'm very excited about that actually. So I must keep reading. Let's go. Okay. As far as the formats used for societal outreach are concerned, the most commonly used ones are events, used by 65% of the respondents, followed by public relations via media, which was 45%, and educational formats for schools and civil society groups, 43%. Humanities scholars use social media to communicate results, 55% compared to 33% of natural scientists and 38% of social scientists. Basic researchers do not use advisory formats, 14% versus 47%, or collaborations, 17% versus 39%, anywhere near as often as applied researchers. Note that university researchers report Sorry, that framing's really weird to do that negative framing. You normally would frame it the other way around, but okay. Bit random. Note that university researchers report remarkably low usage of any communication format compared to researchers at applied universities or at independent institutes. This might be explained by the fact that university researchers have teaching obligations not faced by those at independent institutes, and thus less time for engagement activities. As far as researchers' individual characteristics are concerned, it's notable that social media is used more by younger researchers, indicating that social media will likely become more important as a means of engagement. Yeah, very, very possible that it's like, you know, just like a technological adoption curve type of thing. And as those young researchers age, progress through their career, it will end up having more weight put on it. While our results are mainly of a descriptive nature and we do not make normative assumptions about the subject of our research, i.e. it's good to have more impact, we can still draw some practical conclusions. Firstly, considering the discontent with institutional communication departments, it might be worthwhile to implement decentralized support structures on the meso level of research organizations. This could more adequately address the complexities of the science and their many publics. The findings further suggest that, where applicable, organizational factors, such as institutional investments in transfer, training offerings, and support infrastructures, should be more strongly incorporated into assessments of societal impact, for example, through formative evaluations. Second, our results suggest that it is strongly advisable that evaluation exercises are responsive to disciplinary differences. For example, if economic and technical impact were the sole basis for assessing societal impact, social and sciences and humanities would be discriminated against. Our framework for societal goals and our results can also be the basis for disciplinary self-understanding, so for example in learned societies, in that they can stimulate a normative discussion around good transfer and evaluation. Third, considering the comparatively low importance of social media as a means of communicating about research, care should be taken not to overuse online discourse as a way of easily generating impact proxies. Moreover, our findings contribute to an informed discussion in science governance about the constraints of impact evaluation and might help impact officers and communication professionals at universities reflect on strategies. Yeah, I mean, I guess it is a bit worrying that researchers in general seem to think that the institutions are not doing anything to help them, but that it's like a really important part of their work. That is concerning. Unfortunately, it does also match up with what I've heard in my kind of like day-to-day life and also some other research that I've read before too. So I do think that it could be quite useful to start to dig into that more and to find out, okay, what's the disconnect? That being said, I am not sure. It would not be easy to do that research because you'd need to get the communications officers and stuff on board, which getting any kind of institutional thing on board ever is easier said than done. I'm not gonna lie. It's possible, but it's easier said than done. Okay. Our results add to the ongoing scholarly discourse on societal impact. We think that our results could bring two relevant but still separated discourses closer together. That is the discourse on impact evaluation and the discourse on science communication / public engagement. It makes sense for critical evaluation research to make use of empirical work on the exchange between science and society. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Like if you're evaluating research and you're not doing it using an empirical basis, that's kind of ironic. Vice versa, it makes sense to examine how evaluation policies for societal impact might affect researchers' communication behavior. Yeah, because often, changing policies leads to a change in behavior. We've seen this a lot in open science. If you there's been lots of funders and also some governments that have changed requirements so that you now have to publish papers open access or you have to share your data, stuff like that. And it has massively increased the rate at which people do it. So it's very, very likely that if policies were changed, if evaluation policies were changed to, promote this kind of behavior, then the behavior would follow. And I wouldn't be surprised, actually. There's been some rumors that the next ref is actually going to include a lot of open science metrics, or not metrics, but open science requirements. And universities that are already doing them are going to really, really benefit from it. And I can guarantee you the second that gets announced, suddenly all of the universities will massively, massively push for people doing open science. So it's basically the same thing. It's basically the same thing. Top down does really make a difference. Okay. We further provide initial evidence on potentially relevant research perspectives. This concerns the organisation of societal impact at scientific institutions. In addition, we suggest that national innovation systems should be studied comparatively in order to understand the impact of policies and to study more closely the relationship between transfer practices and societal impact in specific disciplines. Yes, it would be super, super interesting to see how countries with this kind of national exercise compared to countries that don't have it, even if they're kind of similar in other ways. That would be super, super interesting to see. My previous uni's communications was interesting. Yeah. I feel pretty lucky. My PhD university has very, very good like science communication culture, actually. So it was like actively encouraged to do things, to like take part in like science festivals around the British Isles, or to like write for various publications, or to go on the radio. Like it was very, very actively encouraged. And they would always, if they got a request, they would always bring in at least one academic, or even a PhD student if they had expertise in the area. But I've seen other universities where like the press office just like does everything and they don't actually ask the researchers, and then they just get stuff wrong. It's quite funny. Well, it's not funny, it's bad, but it's also quite funny. Oh, we're done. Hello? We finished the paper! We finished it! Let's go! We finished the paper! I'm so happy. We actually did it. That's, oh, amazing. Amazing. First time ever, I know, right? All in one go. Wild. There was a discussion on trying to promote open access publications in unis, and one of the students said, make your tenure review and hiring requirement. Hiring require open access more, and the admin just choked. That's actually a thing though. Like that's a thing. I think in the UK, I can't remember the Ireland requirements now, but I know for a fact, because I get a lot of like newsletters and stuff about UK stuff. Ireland, I don't get as many newsletters, but I might hear stuff very, very soon. There's a big national conference on this, exactly this, very, very soon. But I know that in the UK, the UK's main like governmental funding body, the UKRI, are now requiring open access publications, and they're also requiring data sharing unless you meet certain exemptions. So it's going to be really interesting to see how things change because of that. Yeah. They would graciously accept a PhD student instead. That's hilarious.
Congratulations on finishing reading and analysis of the paper of
Thank
How
you.
Do Researchers Approach Societal Impact.
Thank you so much, Zaz, and thank you for the 12 bits. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that is the first time I've ever finished a paper in one go, right? I think that is genuinely the first time we've ever done it. And I did it in 4.5 hours, which actually isn't bad. Bearing in mind that like the previous ones, I've read one paper split over 3 or 4 2.5 hour streams. Like, I actually think this has been much better in terms of just staying a bit focused and like being able to talk about the topic at hand for once. Like, yeah, I think that's done a lot better. Thank you for the follow, Darebrain. Thank you. Welcome into the research participation pool. Let's go. Welcome. They would they would graciously accept a PhD student instead. To be fair, they would actively ask if they knew that you were doing something relevant. Because like my research was on like it was part of it was on like conspiracy theories and misinformation, right? So if they knew that there was like something coming in, like from the radio or something about like we want to talk to somebody about why people believe conspiracy theories, even though I was like a second year PhD student, they would always instantly reach out to me. There did end up being someone else in the university, like an actual lecturer who had started doing it, and then they would ask them instead. But like if they weren't available, they would then also always ask me. So yeah, that was nice. 29 words per minute. That's pretty good. I think that is a personal record. I think so. Yeah. Also, hi, Little Nova 7. Hi. How are you? I hope you're good. Assumption, researchers think. I know. What an assumption. Barely squeezed past Z's first one, so now it's in 4th. Yo! Top 5 is good enough for me. I ain't gonna lie. Top 5 is good enough for me. I feel like the only way to get into the top 3 would to be literally just to ignore chat and to not discuss any of the any of the like
I
charts.
sincerely and genuinely hope my presence helped you as unlucky charm Psydere.
Thank you, Zaz. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the 12 bits as well. I think it did, actually. I think it did. You were cheering me on. You were bringing me back to actually focusing on stuff sometimes. I think it helped. Let's go. The admins in question were very stuffy and the type to look down on students who hadn't published in Nature and they didn't understand the stairs. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah. I think, okay, depending on how you define publish and how you define Nature, I do technically have a Nature paper. So, and when I tell people that, like, it's kind of wacky. People look at my CV and they're like, "Wah!" And I'm like, it's really not that big of a deal, actually. I scammed my way onto that paper, to be honest. Congrats, thank you. Amazing, thank you. Thank you, thank you. You receive an A for today's stream. Thank you. I appreciate that. Glad I managed to get back. Yeah, let's go. Don't get us wrong. We like your rambling, but 4 times your old personal best. Congrats. Yeah, I know, right? It's kind of wacky. It's kind of wacky. Clearly the Sunday science stream is the way forward. Yeah, this is clearly the way forward. The Sunday science stream. We do the stream on a Sunday when my brain has actually reset from science, and then I can do the science properly. That's the answer. That's the answer. I look at streamers like Noga. He reads at a really fast pace relatively, while also responding to chat and explaining and reviewing the paper all at once. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how you would do that. I can't do that. I think that's probably okay. I don't know about this person specifically. But I do feel like the people that I know who are able to like read something and process it and also respond to chat, my experience so far based on the people that I watch is that they tend to have ADHD. And I do not have ADHD. I am very not ADHD. I am pure autism. I didn't get the ADHD add-on. So I have to focus on one thing at a time. And I think that's why a lot of the time, if we go off on a tangent, we just don't read the paper. It's because like, I can't, like if I'm on that tangent, then we're not going back to it. Sorry to hear that. I didn't get the ADHD debuff. It's really unfair, actually. It's really unfair. Scamdary strikes again. Exactly. It's nice to have it on in the background as I'm playing Horse Girl game. I'm low-key considering playing it. I'm low-key considering playing it because it does seem to be very, very popular. And I did actually watch the anime back when it came out. I don't remember it. I don't remember it at all, but I did watch it. Sorry to hear you don't have ADHD. I know. So sad. They tend to have ADHD. Starts reviewing my mentorship of ADHD students and thinking about streamers. Oh no. I'm telling you. The people who are like, I genuinely think that having ADHD is like if you're a streamer and you have ADHD, like too powerful. But like, I think also probably, I do wonder if the medication helps. Or whether it hinders. That is something I would really like to know. I don't know if there's been any research into like neurodivergence and streaming, but I want to know. And I want to see how it changes things. How does it change streaming? I need to know. How do different neurotypes approach streaming? Oh, you're on the second season? Now I didn't even know there was a second season, so that shows how out of the loop I am. Are you sure? I'm 100% sure that I do not have ADHD. I've been assessed for it as part of my autism assessment, and I do not have ADHD. But the thing that's interesting is that one of my siblings does. So, and none of them have an autism diagnosis. One of them has an ADHD diagnosis. So something very clearly went very weird in our genetics. Yeah. It has its upsides and downsides. I don't think it would hinder. I think it, from what I've seen from people, so I do watch a few streamers who have ADHD, and my experience of watching their streams is that it can hinder sometimes, in ways that you might not necessarily think. I don't think it hinders it in terms of the viewing experience, but I think it probably can be a barrier at times for them doing the streaming, because if you are not able to focus on streaming at all whatsoever, then obviously that means that you just basically can't force yourself and you have to cancel it. But on top of that, if you do feel like you can stream and you feel good to stream, but then you can't focus on the thing that you're meant to be streaming, then you have to like suddenly change your entire schedule. So if you had a schedule saying I'm going to do this thing and people came to your stream to watch you do the thing, then, you know, that might potentially affect the viewer experience. I don't know. But yeah, what I can say is that I am very, very bad at like very quick chat, because I am autism brained. So I'm like, I want the comprehensive view of chat, which is why I end up going back and replying to things slowly in sequence rather than responding to things as they happen. Which is probably not ideal, to be honest. The horse girl game has a silly anime girl to middle-aged Japanese man screaming at a horse race pipeline that is 5 minutes. Incredible. I love those kinds of things. I love it when it's like an anime that gets you down a weird like path and then you become really interested and obsessed over it. It's very good. Very, very good. Yo, now everybody's installing it. Oh no. Oh no. I should play it. The behind the scenes for ADHD stuff can be a struggle. There are certain processing things that can be a problem. Yeah, absolutely. And also like all of the other things that you have to do around streaming. I can imagine that would be a really bad problem for some people with ADHD, right? Because like for me, my like streaming, VTubing is like, I'm not going to lie, it's like my special interest, right? I can just do everything related to it and enjoy all of it. But sometimes I don't want to do stuff. But I don't have ADHD, so I can to some extent force myself to do stuff that I don't want to do, but I know I have to do. Whereas my understanding is that if you've got ADHD, it's a lot harder to force yourself to do stuff that you really, really don't want to do. Don't get me wrong. I also have days where I'm like, I just cannot do this thing. I have them too. But like, I think my tolerance for it is probably a lot better than somebody that's like ADHD and autistic. I don't know if that makes any sense. And then like all of the extra stuff around stream, like I'm not gonna lie, I have been kind of struggling to balance things, especially since I have so many like, the thing that I'm bad at is people. I'm bad at responding to people, like, because I find it tiring and stressful. But I can sit there and I can make like promotional materials and memes and stuff for like forever. I can literally just sit there for a whole night and do nothing but make memes and schedule them on my social media and put them out. So yeah, I think that's probably one of the main differences. Like I really, really do struggle to like get back. I have to be in the right mindset to reply to messages basically, which is a bit silly. And if I'm overwhelmed, I just can't do it. It's not good. It's not fair on other people. I tell people, but I know it's not fair on them, to be honest. I have so many people waiting on me to get back to them about like collabs and stuff. And I feel really bad. And like for me also, I feel like with an ADHD person, probably like collabs in general might be a little bit easier because there's like I'm talking like pure ADHD, not with the autism component. That might be a little bit easier because there's not the kind of like social thing. Whereas like streaming is fine. I'm not we're interacting, but I'm not like talking to somebody. Whereas like if I'm talking to somebody, sometimes I find it very, very draining, and like I might get like partway in and then just like have to tap out. I don't know. That's just kind of my general thoughts on it. Yeah, I find IRL horse stuff depressing as well. I do too. Says at my tablet with being behind on art fight. Well, once I start, I will draw up until my shoulder sees up. But getting started, yeah, I kind of feel that bit, to be fair. I do actually, no, I'm good at starting things and I'm bad at finishing them. I'm the other way around. Getting started is fine. But sometimes I do like kind of put it off. I put it off a bit. Like, oh yeah, I'll procrastinate to some extent, as it were. And then I will power through everything towards the last minute. But that's fine. Normally, like I won't do that if I don't feel like I can do that. Like, I powered out an entire literature review in a week the other day, and I'm like, well, I had the literature review in my head. It was just sitting down and getting it onto paper, and then I just sat down and just did it all in one day, pretty much. So that was good. That was good. But like, that's definitely not an ADHD thing, because an ADHD thing would be like, I can't bring myself to do it at all, basically. So yeah, at least that's how I understand it. I'm not an expert in ADHD. I only know autism, really. I have done neurodiversity research, but most of it is around autisticness. Autisticness, brilliant. Most of it is linked to autism because, you know, obvious reasons. Yeah. I usually compare concentrating on stuff that I'm not interested in is like pushing together two same pole magnets, and depending on what it is and how I feel that day, those magnets are stronger or weaker. Yeah, I mean, I kind of get that feeling to some extent, but like I wouldn't be unable to push them together. Like, even on the worst days, I can still force myself to do it to some extent, if that makes sense. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's the difference between ADHD or ADHD and autism. Yeah. Yeah, we finished the paper. We finished it. Are you proud of me? Are you proud? We did it in one go. Proud. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's the starting that's difficult, and then if that's not something you love, sticking with it. See, this is the thing, is that I'm fine with starting. I'm fine with sticking with it. It's the finishing. It's wrapping stuff up. That's the thing that I have a problem with. It's so weird. So weird. Proud. Thank you. Thank you. Sometimes the magnets are too strong to push together, and medication, in my experience, just make the magnets weaker and makes the really bad days where I can't get myself to do anything so less common. This is so interesting. I've heard so many good things about like ADHD medication for people that have ADHD, and I'm like, this is very cool, but also I can't relate. I've never tried it because I don't have ADHD. So yeah. I'm processing. Wait, I'm processing and I'm confused. ADHD meds are peak. I have heard so. I have heard so. And I am I'm kind of jealous. I kind of wish that I could have medication that would like help me focus on stuff like that, but I can't. I can't. I can't. Oh dear. Unfortunately, I feel like my body has built up a resistance against my current medication. That does happen, but I've heard that you're meant to like take a break. I've heard that you're meant to take a break every now and then. But then obviously that's really difficult because like, when are you meant to have a day where you just don't do anything? That doesn't seem sensible. It doesn't seem ideal, to be honest. Yeah. Doesn't seem ideal to just have a day where you just don't function. This is definitely not how I would describe my ideal. What? Huh. Huh. Okay. Interesting. To get my ADHD brain pills refilled now that I'm not actively trying to rest and recover. Yeah. The rest is only as good as the placebo. I see. There's a social outreach officer for the military that also has ADHD, and he chronicled his diagnosis and his reaction to the medication. Normally he's a silly Billy, but when it hit, he was like, wait, this isn't hard for you? Yeah, I've heard the same thing over and over from people that take it. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It do seem to be like that. It does seem to be like that. Oh dear. The next best thing would be... Yes, very intense coffee. Yes. I gotta say, coffee doesn't inherently help me focus though. It doesn't really, it just makes me nervous. Like if I have very, very highly caffeinated coffee, it just makes me nervous. Yeah, I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know. The realization that I have very different struggles from a normal person was a moment. Yeah, same. When I went to uni, I had that moment because like when I wasn't very sociable when I was like at school. So I then went to uni and I was like, oh, other people actually like function, huh? What? Huh? I see. This seems unfair. Okay, so I think there is shouting outside and that makes me nervous. There are children nearby. I don't like it. Okay, so I think that we have been doing enough science today. I'm very happy with how we've done today. I'm very, very happy with how we've done. How long have we been streaming for? We've been streaming for 4 hours and 45 minutes. We've completed a whole paper. We have also yapped about completely random things. This makes me very, very happy, okay? This makes me very, very happy. And I think that that's a good place to be like wrapping up. I'm not sure where to raid though. I'm not gonna lie to you all. I'm not sure where to raid because there is someone streaming who I would love to raid, but they are small and I feel like it would freak them out. And I'm not willing to do that. We have options though. We have options. We could go and raid one of Tayu's friends, who is a very lovely person, or we could go and raid somebody who is playing the horse girl game. These seem like the most obvious like answers, I think. Is to find somebody that's playing the horse girl game. Because I haven't played it. And I'm kind of interested in seeing like what it involves. I haven't seen the game. We should so freak somebody out. I don't want to freak out. Like I don't know how long they've been streaming. Like as in I don't know how long they like if they're used to the process of streaming yet. And I'm not sure if that would be nice to do, to be honest. Yeah. This is me being protective, basically. It's me being protective. So maybe we should find the horse girl game. Let's do the horse girl game. Sure, why not? Someone I follow is playing it, to be fair. An artist that I follow. Let's see if there's anyone also. Let's see if there's anyone new. Oh, there's someone that's doing a birthday stream. We could go and raid someone random today. What do you think? What do you think? What are the options? Does anyone have any suggestions? Does anyone have any suggestions for where to go? I will take a free suggestion today. And if not, I'll just try and find someone that's playing horse girl game. Let's see. Little Fairy. She's the one that brought me to Dexter, who brought me here. Okay. Let's see. I will search. I see. She is doing art. She's doing emotes by the looks of it. That's very cute. I like art streams personally. There's also Luminance Bloom. Okay. We're going to make a new friend today. I think that's what we're doing. We're making a new friend today. Luminance Bloom. Starting soon. What is this? Wait, this person's doing a philosophy class. That's kind of fun. Okay, do we want horse girl? Do we want philosophy class? Or do we want art? What do we want? What do we want? Tell me. Can we do a poll? Let me set up a poll real quick. Psychologist is also live. Yes, this is true. But I think he's already started his anime. Let's see. Horse girl. Yeah. Oh, there's already. Okay, thank you, Hosmod. You beat me to it. Perfect. There is a poll. Please vote in the poll. Please, what horses are a class? Hosmod. Okay. What they mean is horse girl game. R means art, as in painting, drawing, whatever. A class is a philosophy class. Yes, the R is art. A class is philosophy. That's okay. I also misunderstood. I'm gonna vote R for you in your place. There you go. I've done that. I've done that. Okay. You're doing a good job. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're doing good. Good job. You're doing a good job. Husmod is trolling as always. Oh dear. +1 to R and -1 to a. Okay, I voted R to replace your vote. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. The poll is being run. Let me unpin the message at the minute. Wait. Oh gosh, everything's broken. My whole interface is broken. Brilliant. Why is there just two things stacked on top of each other? What is happening? What's happening? I'm so confused. What is happening? View all. There we go. Okay. I'm going to unpin this. Unpin the message. There we go. Okay. You should just see the poll now, I think. Twitch broken it? Never. I know, right? I know. I know. The philosophy class is winning, though. The philosophy class is winning. So it's a class about Kant. Today we finished Leibniz's monadology. So it is an actual philosophy class, which is pretty cool. That's pretty cool. It does look like the philosophy is winning by quite a large margin. So I think that's where we're gonna go. I think that's where we're gonna go. Okay, so what are we doing then? We're gonna go and raid into Luminance Bloom, who is doing philosophy. This is gonna be interesting. I've never seen philosophy stream before. Well, actually, no, that's not true. I have. That's not true. I have because I've watched. There's a philosophy VTuber on YouTube called Kiaris ? I think. I think. I think. Potentially. And I've watched some of his streams. So. There's the raid messages. There you go. There's the raid messages. Let's raid. Who is it you were gonna raid? It was Ty. If you know Ty 999999999 from chat. Turns up regularly. Ty is streaming right now. And then I think I saw also someone else. Just Jane is also streaming. So two regulars in the community are streaming right now. And I was debating raiding Ty, who is currently designing a robot dog. So if you want more science and tech, just go into science and tech and look for Ty. But yeah, we're going to raid into the philosophy stream. We're going to go into the philosophy stream. This is going to be interesting. Yeah. We're going to go learn about Kant. I know nothing about Kant, so this will be good. This will be good. This will be interesting. But yeah, thank you all so much for joining me. Thank you for joining me. I can't believe we finished the paper. That's so exciting. We finished it. I really appreciate you all joining me. I really appreciate the hype train and the bits and the subs. Like it means a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you. And yeah, I guess I will see you at the next stream. Don't know when it is just yet. It will be at some point either on Tuesday or Thursday, probably. That seems to be my normal stream days now. But I will put a schedule up on social media. You can also join the Discord, ! Discord to get to the Discord. And yeah, that's all I got. Thank you so much for joining me. I really, really appreciate it. And I will see you next time, I guess. Why am I being so awkward ending the stream today? What's going on? Yeah, they might be in the middle of a Kant thing, but that's fine. We'll see. We'll see what it's like. Raid messages are up there again. First one is for subs. Second one is for followers. So there you go. There's the sub one again. And yeah, I will see you hopefully next time. Thank you so much, everybody. Bye.